you could be watching this from anywhere around the country or the world. I really appreciate that. Welcome, one and all, to the Friday night special, the late Friday night stream. And we have a we have some people in the chat, cool people, and I'm going to start with the game and talk about the different topics and things while I do that. And I'm going to be switching over right now to the other screen and do something real quick. Okay, put that there. All right, here we go. I'm about to switch over. Hello, hello everybody. Hope you all have been having a great week. And hello chat. Hello Amanda. Hello Primal. We got the crew in here. All right. And also, it's good to see Sarah and everybody. All right. And I'm going to briefly look over the different things I'm going to talk about. Because I'm going to do the game. I play a game while I talk about the stuff. Then I'll get into the articles and stuff in a little bit later, like before. Yeah, shot the gizmo. Alright, Sharks, Titan, Titanic, Steel, Gaming. Alright, Trial Rant. Alright, okay. Alright, so now, without further ado, we're going to launch the game. Alright. One headset, a bit, getting a drink. Awesome. Awesome. Well, it's party on the spaceship. It's the spaceship crew chilling. Absolutely. And I hope all of you have been having a great week. And if y'all would like to talk about your week or your plans for the weekend, I'd be interested to know about it. And my plans are going to get some stuff done, and I'm going to, getting some projects and things done and looking up things. All right, so now I'm switching over to the game, and the game has a black screen. All right, so pirate game, where are you? Where you at? All right, you're welcome, Primal. Yeah, we're gonna try that again with the game because it was trying to be. The game wasn't wanting to launch. Doesn't mean there's any issues. Sometimes the game itself, their servers could be under maintenance or something like that. Alright, let's try this again. Okay. Just trying to launch now. Yeah. So today was very entertaining with Woody, the witness today at the trial I was watching. It's very entertaining. It's cat playing with a little ball, that's all. And basically, okay, the game's, and I'm going to talk about this while I play the game, as usual. Alright, it's working now. Yes, game's here. I do this, and I have some friends in the game I talk to. I'll do this, and I play the game for fun, and also while we have a crowd here, but as we continue for other people that may come a little bit later, you give them some time to get here before we get into the articles. But I talk about it now, of course, while y'all are here as well. All right, so hello Amanda, good to see you. Welcome. She said she was giving Ava a bath. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that you were doing that for her. And now, as I said, we're gonna play this game and talk about the different things. Well, yeah, Amanda, and I hope that your day went well, Amanda, and that you have your the stuff that you're doing, that you have a good weekend, and I hope that you've been having a good week. And the cat Bubbles is using the cat box. All right, about to get this ship, everybody. All right. So, yeah. So today, it was really funny. Little Woody, or we just call him Woody, and we're all like saying it's like from Toy Story, Woody from Toy Story, and he is like a rapper that's on the trial with. He's like he's a witness that's testifying in the Young Thug trial, and so basically what happened today, the prosecutor kept asking the same question again, and he was getting real frustrated, and he said he didn't know what she was talking about, or like he'll say that, he'll just say yes or whatever to for the trial to go along, and he doesn't know. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, and you're welcome. And he doesn't know, like, what was going on with the different situations, and he was just telling them what they want to hear. Like, he just kept on saying yes, 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 but it doesn't necessarily mean he really was there. Like, they'll say, "Did you know Carl?" And he says, "Carl who? Can you repeat the question?" And she says, "Do you know Carl Dowell?" And he was just like, "I may have met him once." And he's really clever. He may not know. He's not really literate because he dropped out of school for some reason. He had a hard life, this person, and but he's really smart though. Hello, Bubbles. I'm on YouTube playing a game, and so Bubbles says hello to everybody on YouTube. Thank you, Amanda. All right. And a little bit later, we'll get into the sharks and stuff that I was talking about before. And we're going to move this thing over here. Okay. Hello, kitty. The cat is talking to me. He's saying hello. All right. Yeah, so the dude, they're asking him about when he was getting shot at, because that's what was part of the trial thing, and he was just like, he turned the radio down because he thought he was tripping, and then when he realized he wasn't tripping, he was wondering, because they were saying someone thought he snitched on something, and he was just saying like he wasn't wondering that. He was just trying to get out the situation because his car was being shot at, and the way he says stuff, and rather than saying specific, he says Pacific. He said, "And I was being Pacific," and he said, "I don't know all my ABCs." He said A, B, C, E, and he was like, he got the ABCs mixed up a little bit, and he's like, "Is it D?" Because and then everybody started laughing. But yeah, but he's very entertained to watch him, and what he was talking about, and as I said, the state's trying to prove that he knew the rapper, and he did something to some other people. He deleted some people. But, like, as I said, so to clear the story, to make it more simplistic about the situation with Steele getting, that situation that happened to him. So basically with Steele, he was hearing about this secret conversation that he had, and the judge had with the defense and the witness, Woody, on the stand, and that they're going to get him to pretend that he deleted somebody to get the guy in trouble, and to lie on the stand to try to get Young Thug in there. But it's like, if this guy really is a criminal, this rapper, I mean, you don't have to make up all these different things. So that was the situation in question, and the Supreme Court of Georgia, and this is everybody that's listening and seeing the replay, the trial, the YSL trial, is the second, and it might become the top most historic trial in the history of the state of Georgia, and Georgia is like from 1776, and before that it was a colony, and this is like the longest one. So, and the Supreme Court of Georgia is looking into the DA, which the DA means district attorney. It means like the state, the prosecutor, and they're looking into the judge too. And the judge and the defense are acting very nice. They've been acting very nice lately since they've investigated. Yeah, so it's like they'll show the dude with pictures with these people from a long time ago, and they'll ask him if he knew him, and he said their faces were covered. And then he said, like, who's this person? He said, that's an ugly boy right there. And he was saying about some guy in the trial, and he was like, well, he's like, who's that? He said, well, I birthed him, and that's like my son right there. That's what he was saying about one of the people he was chilling with. And the dude was just like, it said, very funny, and he pleaded the fifth. On the first day, the dude, hello, Stranded, good to see you, welcome. He pleaded the fifth the first time, like, he got on the stand. So he said he had immunity from the state, and then he started talking and he wanted to plead the fifth, and then they're going to adjourn for Monday, and he was held in contempt for court, and then the judge was like, okay, you're going to be locked up. And yeah, so it's hilarious to see justice being served with this, because it's this time it seems like the most shady people, it's not the dude that's allegedly racketeering and the gang activity. He just seems like he's a music group. The other, it's like the judge and the state, and just in this country in general, there's a lot of corruption stuff going on, and the DA that's behind the prosecution that's with Young Thug is Fannie Willis. Yeah, of course she's behind it, and Ashley Merchant defended Steele, and she was a big lawyer with one of the co-defendants in the Trump trial with Fannie Willis. So it's all politically motivated. As I said, it's like a proxy war. It's like the Vietnam situation, but online. Like the YSL thing is a proxy battle, and I'm sure, like, I'm gonna say this is a conspiracy theory I'm coming up with Stranded. It's Young Thug, it's the YSL trial. The music group. So there's like this music group called YSL, Young Slime Life, and the state of Georgia, well, the DA, they're accusing them of doing gang activity, and they're just having a trial over that. And it just seems like they're not really proving anything, in my opinion. And it's like, I don't know why they have to make up a bunch of stuff and have the witness lie on the stand and have all these secret meetings. If he did something wrong, it's gonna come out. You know how real thugs can be. So as I said, it may just be a rapper, but basically, I think it's fascinating with Fannie Willis that she's behind that, and the deep motivation that's really here. And the conspiracy theory I have is that they probably want the media to produce certain messages and say rappers or musicians produce certain messages, and maybe this guy is more independent and he's doing his own thing. Maybe he wouldn't go with certain agendas. So another reason why they don't like him, as I said, some rappers will talk about do things with satanic stuff and no one cares. But no one talks about that though. They're just fine people. But this person, they took a picture in 2015, putting some waving their hands around. That means they're up into no good. It's called a straw man fallacy. It's like, so a straw man fallacy is when you take you make a scarecrow and you beat it up and you go, look at me, I'm tough. I beat up somebody. Not true. It's just a straw man. And you could chase a red herring, chasing something that isn't really there, gaslighting. Or say another example is like a mist. You see like a person in a fog, and you keep getting closer and closer, but you just never get close to the person in the fog. It's kind of spooky analysis. And also a rainbow, how a rainbow, more close you get to it, you can never really get to the rainbow. It's just like an illusion. So those are some examples of gaslighting and red herring, in my opinion. And yeah, so I think that with my trial rant and talking about Steele, and yeah, so Stranded. Brian Steele, he's the attorney, the lead attorney representing Young Thug. And so what happened with the judge? What he did was he had an ex parte meeting. So that means that he had a meeting with the state and not the lawyers or anybody else, like a secret meeting, which they can do. But this situation was nefarious, it seems. And I didn't realize how high up in the level I was in this game. Wow, I got the skull and crossbones. I was just doing this, not even really giving it much thought. But anyway, so basically, what happened was I, the Steele was getting in with the. He brought this up to the judge about the ex parte meeting, and he wanted to know how did he know about the secret meeting, and he said he wasn't going to tell him, and then he was just like, "All right, you don't tell me who it is, in 5 minutes, you're going to be held in contempt," and he was just like, absolutely, like he didn't want to go there, but he'll do what he has to do because he wasn't going to tell the judge because what they're trying to do was get this witness to lie about deleting somebody to get Young Thug in trouble when he didn't really do something, and they have to lie and have secret meetings behind the back of the defense, and then they had Ryan Steele. He was temporarily put under. He was temporarily put under the incarceration in the prison, in the jail over there at the courthouse. And then what they did was they eventually brought him back later, but they showed him taking off his tie and everything. And it was disgraceful to our, republic that, a lawyer a judge is going to put an attorney in there and like that over something goofy like that. So that's why, and that caused outrage. And then later in the day, they had this group of attorneys, this organization of attorneys that's the largest one in the country, and it's in Georgia. And oh, Amanda, I see your question. I'll answer it. Okay, it's one rapper, but he has many co-defendants that are part of the music group. So it's more than one, but the main one is Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug. And so it's like a group of like friends, right? And it's like a rap group. But they're trying to say it's a gang. So it's more than one person. There's many co-defendants. Yes, Primal, you can ask your question. And so that's what's going on, Stranded. And exactly, Stranded. Exactly. And also, they brought Steele into the back, and all this large group of attorneys, 25 of them, stood outside the courthouse and went inside the courthouse in solidarity with Brian Steele. And then Ashley Merchant, who was representing a co-defendant in the Trump trial with Fannie Willis, came in and defended Brian Steele, and she threw the books on the judge and said he deserves a hearing and he could get bond. And then the Supreme Court of Georgia revealed the case, Stranded, and guess what? He only has to do bond. He doesn't have to spend 10 weekends in jail, rather. Because that's what he was sentenced to, 10 weekends in jail. And he would have been with his client in the jail cell. But, like, he was fortunate to get out that situation and just have to pay a bond for now. And also, the state of Georgia is looking in, investigating, and looking closely at this trial and the DA, and also at the judge. And because so they're potentially influencing a witness, threatening a witness and influencing him to lie about deleting somebody, and then you're gonna go and try to make Young Thug look like he did something he didn't do, or even if they didn't do that, why have to hide all these things and be shady with the state? I think it's absolutely cringe. And it said Steele, like a warrior, and he is a warrior. He stood up for his beliefs, and he didn't tell the judge what he wanted to hear, and a true rebel, a that's you could say is a civil rights activist. You could say right there. Even this has nothing to do with race because the judge is black. It's nothing to do with all that. But that's like somebody standing up for a cause, unlike some people these days. All right, I'm going to get to what y'all are saying. What would you want to see my tortoise do for my YouTube channel? Okay, I'll answer that moment. So basically, with your tortoise, I like to see it like you could feed it. I know this is kind of, I don't know what tricks tortoises do, but you could just put whatever you want out. I would be interested to watch it, the tortoise to maybe eat something or eat his food or something like that. I'd be interested to see that. I've not seen a tortoise eat food, either in a while or forever. That's what I'd be interested to see. And Amanda says, so the whole group of guys is on trial. Yes. Yeah, Amanda, great minds think alike. I said the same thing you said about it eating. It doesn't really play with anything. Thank you for the idea, Amanda. He plays with a ball once in a while. Yeah. And also, so, and basically, I have one of my stuffed animals I have from when I was a kid is an attorney. His name's Jim Shillman. I got it from the zoo. And then the Jim Shillman stands with steel. And you're welcome, Primal. Yeah, and it's like you have these, and then like Young Thug took inspiration from Lil Wayne, and like when I was like a kid and stuff, I did think rap seemed pretty cool, and then again, I remember a lot of like where I am. Sometimes there'll be violence in area and stuff, and I wondered like about it, but then when I listened to it and I looked at things like Lil Wayne did and stuff, I like rock, I like metal, I like all kinds of different music. I like all the music pretty much. I'm not like specific with music. I like all of it. And then like he said some wise words about haters and different things, and a lot of these people were talking about their experiences and are just doing something for fun, like Tupac did. And like this guy was trying to like emulate that, and that would be good. And like Lil Wayne isn't against, he's not against white people or any people or black people or anybody. He's for all of his people, and he wasn't really into certain political things either. So that's, as I said, if you're confining, like with Diddy, it took a very long time to get that guy exposed. But it's like, oh, this person's taking a picture with his friend. All right, Buster, time for the slammer. Yeah, close up of his face would be nice. Yeah, yeah, I like tortoise shells. I think tortoises are really cool critters, and also with the dude, so that's what happened with Steele, and but he was going to, and he said he died for his client, and he just they took him in the back, and then he didn't say at the end of the day what he was going to do, and then he called his attorneys and he got his people, and the Supreme Court of Georgia said he just has to pay a bond. So stranded, it was wild to see that attorney, as I said, for like no reason, although they were talking about an ex parte meeting he wasn't supposed to hear about, he should have been there. And as good that he stood up to the corruption and stranded, Fannie Willis is behind the DA that's prosecuting it, and Ashley Merchant was also defending Steele. So as I said, there's more deeper motives to it, and there's a lot of corruption, and there's also certain personal bias going on. Something with the DA, there's like a personal thing with this defendant, because the judge has a bias against him. It's not a fair trial. Like even if he did something bad, like if it is true, let him have a fair trial. It just makes it look like he didn't do anything wrong. As I said, he's like this guy wouldn't go along with stupid agendas like the other people do. As I said, people could do satanic things, like rappers could do satanic things, but no one, and all kinds of things. Oh no, that's not bad. What's bad is a guy taking a picture with his friend. That's bad. I am ignorant, primal. I'm ignorant about tortoise types. The tortoises, I've seen tortoises that were like in the zoo that were really big. Had to go look up turtle types because I'm not familiar with turtle types. But basically, with tortoises, I've not seen small tortoises if they have them. I'm familiar with turtles, but like the tortoises I've seen in the zoo that are pretty big. And today they had the Karen Reed one, and it seems like she didn't do anything wrong. And it's like she's being framed. Because, like, again, there's just people lying and making up stuff and being nefarious. Yeah, it's absolutely cringe. And then one of my friends, Alexa, she may be seeing the rerun, shout out to her. She was saying she was concerned for her daughter in that area and they have these corrupted troopers. And I'm just like, I'll be praying for her and, to not worry about something unless it's going on. That's very easier said than done. Like, when you're worrying about something, to not worry about it until it's actually happening. Not worrying while nothing's going on. And always keep a calm state of mind. So, yeah, that was pretty much, today. That was interesting, and the trials ended early. And I did I did some other things and watched stuff. And helped my family with things. All right, pumping water out the ship. 3 years old. You see, Amanda, like in the YSL trial, they're asking the witnesses things from 5 years ago and earlier than that, and they just don't remember things from that long ago. Exactly, Stranded. He did something that triggered them. But if he's going along with their program, they're not going to stop them from doing anything. They're just going to look the other way. But but it's like when he did something they didn't like, they went after him. But that's my point, is that Diddy was around for so long because he went along with their agenda. And then, and Young Thug, the name Thug does not mean the traditional sense. What his opinion of Thug, not his opinion, his naming of himself Thug was truly humble under God. That's what, and yeah, if you're going to name yourself that, they're not going to like him too much. Because they want people that are going to be more nefarious. Not someone that's truly humble under God, anything but that. They don't want that over there. But as I said, I believe that YSL and Young Thug is going to get Jeffrey Williams. They will be found innocent at some point, and this will pass over, and they can continue making rap songs and doing good work. All right. They knew what Diddy was doing. They were doing it with him. He just pissed someone off. That's why they started going after him. But notice how fast that got pushed to the side. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nothing wrong with being prepared. Also, it says another thing I told Alexa Rose was like, know yourself and know your enemy. And I told her as long as it's good that they know what their enemy potentially is, because if you don't know yourself or your enemy, you're in a problem. Like, there's people that don't even know there's a threat. So it's good if you be prepared and know that something could go on. That's a really good strength. But I agree. No, being prepared is important, but not worry. Yeah, exactly, Amanda. So not worrying doesn't help. It's good to stay calm. Yes, Amanda, I think they're innocent, in my opinion. Now, Amanda, in your opinion, why do you think that they're guilty? I'm just curious. Because I think that the state is very corrupted and that there's a bias against him and that they're clearly just doing that for other reasons and they haven't shown, you know, anything to prove that they're involved in anything. And there's clearly corruption in it. And the Supreme Court of Georgia is looking into it. So like, if it has to, if you have to do all these shady things, why is it like, if they were guilty, it would be clear. You know. That's funny, Amanda. And also, basically, what happened was, I, but like while watching the trial, and maybe they are guilty, but so far in the trial, I haven't seen any convincing evidence or proof that they did anything. And because like later, because at first I wasn't a big fan of the rap, but then like I saw that there was like they put some wisdom in it, and it had to do with different things, with their stories and their experiences and stuff. So I could see, and especially like Eminem wasn't really, I liked him. So that's what I was, noticing. Like Lil Wayne talked about the haters and stuff like that. That kind of makes sense. So that's why I like looking at different things to see how, both sides of a situation. Yeah. But yeah, and Amanda, there's still violence in Atlanta, even with these people being on trial. But that was funny. That was funny. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. And Amanda, I would think, and all jokes aside, I would think off the bat they would be guilty because of that. But just looking at the evidence and all, and like digging deeper, I don't see it. Doesn't I could be wrong though, and everybody else doesn't see it either. But that was funny. Okay, when is the next trial on for them? I'll try to check it out. Okay, Amanda, the next one is gonna be very hilarious. You're gonna have okay. Your answer your question. It's gonna be Monday. And it's at Law and Crime's other channel. It's the red one with the red the red picture, because they have two channels. So it's like their avatar, their picture is the red one. It's not the blue one that I've seen you on. And yeah, so Woody's going to be on the stand, and this week they're going to cross examine him. And Young Thug took inspiration from Little Wayne, and he was naming his one of his albums like as Carter. It was a succession of the other Carters, and Little Wayne seemed to have a problem with it, and he had some. It appeared to have he had some beef with him. Some people thought maybe it was there. The artists do that to promote each other, but they had some issues. But then they made up. But he liked Lil Wayne. But a lot of music I listen to is like rock and metal and different things like that, mostly. But since this trial's going on, it has to do with a rapper, so that's why I'm talking about that a little bit more. Oh, that's cool, Primal. I'll definitely check that out. All right. So Amanda says, "Did you see the bus that got hijacked in Atlanta? like 2 or 3 days ago. The guy deleted one of the passengers too. I did not know about that, Amanda. Thank you for letting me know about that. Atlanta is a really crazy place. I know that for sure. And it's a lot of crime and stuff there. I know. And basically, I'll look into that, Amanda. Thank you for telling me, but I've not heard of that. Yes, on Law and Crime with the red channel. I'll put the link in the chat to that channel that they have, so you could know that one for sure. Okay, Amanda. Thank you. Okay, Stranded. I'm glad that you're still here. Soon I'll be starting the other topics. Okay, we got some more cargo. About to get some more. Yes, thank you. Yeah, yeah. Vax Amanda. Hello, Mary. Good to see you. Welcome. That's good that you subscribe to her. That's good. She has a cool channel. Okay. I'll take this thing out, then I'm gonna go to the shore. Yeah, but so basically, Woody's hilarious, and everybody was saying they wouldn't trust Woody with their McDonald's meal, and I said I wouldn't trust Woody with my to Uber my Popeyes, and everybody thought it was funny, and we were like, we were roasting Woody. In the DA, she says sure instead of sure. Yeah, and I was saying there was a situation. I'm like something like she sure isn't being Pacific because he says Pacific instead of specific, and he has all these twisted looks on his face. And like he said in his Instagram post, they were saying on one of the law and crime videos, he was saying that on a job application they said, "Have you ever been to prison?" And he said, He never went to jail. He was taken to jail. So it was not the wording. So very clever. I have to switch out something here. Alright, in a moment I'm going to get rid of one of the swords so I can get this other thing. Alright, let's see. I have not, Primal. Primal, I have not. Oh, Sarah, problem with the drinks. If you want to share more details, I'd like to know more details, but you don't have to. Okay. Now I'm going to look this thing up for Amanda. I'll show Amanda the... Amanda, I mean, Stranded, I didn't get rid of the sword. I just said one of the swords. Alright, Amanda, this is the channel that does that trial I was talking to you about, Amanda. So that's for Amanda. So she wants to check out that it's Law and Crime's other channel. All right. Okay. Welcome. Yeah, because I was wondering about that Stranded because I said I have to get rid of one of the swords. So what you're saying didn't make any sense. But I was just like, if I swiped over a sword that you thought looked cool, I wasn't getting rid of it. I was just like, I got rid of a gun. Just like, I knew it was a joke, but all jokes aside, I wasn't getting rid of a specific good sword. I'm going to repair my ship, and then I'm going to get into different topics. And Stranded, I got you a Titan update about the Titan submersible, okay? And after I repair this ship and dock it again, we're going to get into that topic. Yeah, it looks like Stranded's trying to break the rules and go to a channel that she wasn't given the special papers to go to. We got ourselves a rebel on board the spaceship. Especially, it's the co-pilot. Yeah, I'm being naughty on the spaceship. All right. Repairing the ship. Yes, Stranded's on to me. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Stranded. I think it's more like the west side. No, it's more like the east side. Yeah, exactly. Only 333K allowed. Exactly. All right, here we go. We're nailing things. Let's see. All right, now I'm going to be docking, and we're going to talk about the Titan sub for Stranded who wasn't here the other day. Sam, my friend Sam, he keeps going on and offline. I don't know if like something's going on. Oh, they got somebody that was here 1 month ago in the game, but they said, "Hey, bruh, it was a little while ago." Yeah, it seems like something's going on, but anyway. It's a nice evening. I know it kind of. Oh, the game might be doing updates. Sometimes a game, their servers glitch out. It's not. It could be his internet connection, but it's something with the game. Okay, good night, Primal Gizmo. I'll look at your video later. That's a nice moonrise. All right, everybody, we're about to go. About to go and look at the Titan submersible. Okay. All right, everybody. I'm about to talk about the Titan sub again. Here we go. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Okay, she's choring and overjoying. Hey, Bumblebot, good to see you. And also, after talking about this, I'll continue that shark thing I was reading last time. All right. Yes, Bumblebot, I get it. I was hilarious. All right, so what happened was, and y'all can watch the interview. Basically, what happened was James Cameron came out with a new interview about the Titan submersible. So last year we had a very memorable stream. Many people here remember it, and we had a marathon of talking about the what was going on with the Titan submersible. I reacted to many videos, and it was really fun, very memorable. We were talking about that yesterday. So basically, what happened was they're now reviewing and looking over what caused this implosion and everything. And James Cameron has offered his services to the Coast Guard over there, but they have not contacted him about going and getting that done. So they don't really want his help, but I'm sure James Cameron would be a big help in this situation. So simply, what happened was they're saying when the Titan submersible was going to implode that it lost transmission and it was just floating around and underwater somewhere because of some connection issue happened. But really, James Cameron said that they already knew it right when they're talking about it. It was missing. They knew there was an implosion because their sonar detected some implosion that occurred. So the media dragged it on and dragged it on, but it was already imploded. And they knew it, and Cameron wrote on a piece of paper in the hotel he was staying at in California around 9:30 a.m. and they made a toast to their fallen comrades that got imploded in there, and his friend died on there. So it was a really unfortunate situation, and he did a toast to them, and he watched the media drag on about it, and that they knew that there was no body alive, but they kept on dragging it on. So basically, and he you can see this picture. He's not a happy camper. He's not a happy camper, and he thinks that Stockton was very irresponsible, and like the person that should be held legally responsible for what happened went down with it, and it's unfortunate. He said that he took all those people down with him because he was not tested out to do what it was doing. It was clearly not built right, and he believes the carbon fiber hull caused the implosion, and he thinks that he should have done more, the guy, to have it tested out better, because he brought all those innocent people down with him. And the Coast Guard's reaction was that they're saying the captain was saying he has seen situations where miracles have happened and people were alive, so they were going to go search for them, but their story is that they thought they really were alive somewhere in there, possibly. And the knocking noises, Cameron said, was complete nonsense. Complete nonsense. There's so many ships out there and buoys and things. They probably heard one of those things go off, moving around, and they mistaken it for that. And another thing, remember, I was reacting to videos and reading the transcript that happened with the Titan sub. And the truth is that with the Titan sub, there is no transcript. He said it's 1 in a trillionth chance 1 in a trillionth chance that it happened, but it's highly unlikely that there was a situation where they knew something was going to go on, or it was going to crack or implode. They didn't even know it was going to happen. It happened so fast before any warnings could have happened. So they just were gone in an instant, where they, didn't even know about it, and it was faked. So the theory is they faked a transcript that was very convincing for whatever reason. And Nargeolet, the friend of Cameron that passed on that submersible. Yeah. I'll get it up for you, Amanda. The daughter was talking about it, of Nargeolet's daughter was talking about it, and she was saying that she thought he would be alive, and she had hope, and she's very, very saddened about the death that occurred. Of her father, obviously. June 18, 2023. That's when this whole thing started. And so the Dawoods died on there, and the college kid passed away on there. And he was terrified. Yeah, almost a year. It's been quite a while. Yeah. And yeah, that's what I thought. I thought some sort of an implosion happened, and I'm an amateur, but some sort of an implosion occurred, and and like, and I thought there would be pieces of it floating around, and there was pieces of it, because they're saying like it was as hot as the sun, and everything just vaporized, and they all just vaporized into nothing. That really doesn't make any sense, and I was right. Big chunks of it were there, and there was human remains. So, yeah, it's just, it's not like some sort of nuclear reactor, and it's very cold under there, and it's surrounded by water. I mean, it would have, and it happened so quickly, it would have diffused anything like that if that were to happen. It's like it goes in monk mode. The submersible just goes in monk mode, and it just turns into a beaming inferno. I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing at the theory that people had about it. The theory about it. What happened was it just like if you I've done this before. If you take a bottle like this or a Coke can that's empty and you put it underwater and put it deeper and deeper, it's going to crack and crinkle under the pressure. That's basically what happened to this thing. Okay, this is the pieces they found. I'll show you right here. Look at that. They found that. They found that. They found that. I'm not done yet. And I'll show you another one. And they found this. Basically the whole thing. Yeah, that's the the little window, like the front part. Yeah, his duct tape didn't stick. Yeah, facts. Gizmo Primal, you made it back. Yeah, so basically we're talking about the Titan sub again. I talked to you, talked some of you about it yesterday, but Stranded didn't see it, and Bumblebot probably didn't see it either. But so basically, so that was found. See, look at that. They were saying like this, it all disintegrated, and this sonic thing happened where all the remains and all the whole thing just collided into itself and became as hot as the sun and incinerated everything and made this dramatic explosion like a blockbuster movie or something. But I just assumed, like as I said, if you Primal, you take this water bottle or an empty Coke can and you put it deeper and deeper underwater, it's going to crack and crinkle. That's what this thing did. It imploded, and its pieces are everywhere. They found a lot of pieces of it. They even found that thing. Yeah, his duct tape didn't stick. Remember the theory was like they were lost in there and the controller, the wireless video game controller must have stopped working and they were just aimlessly floating around in the ocean somewhere underwater. It was so ridiculous that like this dude would have a game controller to steer something that's going in the depths of the ocean like that. Like, and he said, "You're going to be remembered for the rules that you broke." That's exactly not true. You are going to be remembered for the things that you did, but you got to do things properly in certain situations. Oh, I'll tell you about who was on it, okay? Five victims. 58-year-old Hamash Harding, 48-year-old Shahzada Dawood, and his 19-year-old son, Solomon Dawood, Paul Henry Nargeolet, and the Ocean Gate CEO, Stockton Rush. Okay, I'll do that now. Okay, megalodons are extinct. They died out about 3.5 million years ago, and scientists know this because once again, they looked at the teeth all sharks, including the megalodons, produce and ultimately lose tens of thousands of teeth throughout their lives. They're pretty big. Yeah, the controller he bought on eBay. All right, I'll look that up too. Primal. During the late Cretaceous, the Elamos Acidoridus, that's a complicated word, still had many species. All plecosauruses became extinct as a result of the KT event at the end of the Cretaceous period, approximately 66 million years ago. So they allegedly went extinct, but they kind of look like the Loch Ness monster a little bit. So if the Loch Ness monster is real, then maybe there is one lurking around somewhere. Like say a conspiracy, like I believe in conspiracy theories. Maybe some of these things are still alive, like one or two of them, and they just haven't discovered them. So it's possible. So the science says they're extinct, or I'd say most of them would be extinct technically, but it's possible there could be one lurking somewhere in there. I'd be interesting conspiracy theory to look up. But yes, but as far as we know, no, that they're extinct. Oh, I did make the background of these alien cats you see, and it looks like I did, but no, it was created by Google, and I chose it. But it's perfect for me. But no, it was a Google wallpaper built in that I chose. Yes, Amanda, only one. Oh no, Amanda, and I know it was nearly a year ago, but no, it was a couple. It was a couple of older adults with a guy and his 19-year-old son in Stockton Rush. Yeah, Stranded was about to mention Loch Ness. And yeah, Primal, as a conspiracy theorist, I believe some of these things could still be in existence, like one or two of them lurking around. Like there's this picture of this gigantic alligator in Florida that looks like something from the dinosaur age. It was gigantic, and yeah, so they're probably lurking around in there somewhere. Oh, because I did it on my channel. There's a video of the abyssal fish video I did, and I talked about the kraken and about some of those deep sea fish, like because the kraken may actually be real. It's probably real because there's giant squid in the ocean, and like we have not explored I'll tell you the statistics. We've not explored most of the ocean. We know all about space, and like you just see a lot of stars and planets and things like that. But the ocean has a lot of things in there. How much of the ocean has been explored? We have only explored 5% of our world's ocean. That means 95% of our ocean is unknown. So we only have 5% of the ocean. So we could have some of those dinosaur creatures or the megalodon lurking in there somewhere. Absolutely. And I do believe sometimes, like with the Planet 10 Nibiru, I'm not saying this with all things. Like we obviously don't have the dinosaurs walking around in my backyard, except the possums. But basically, like I think like with that planet, they kept censoring the planet that it wasn't there, but it's coming out that there is an object beyond the Kuiper Belt, and that there is a giant mass of something out there with these moons orbiting something, and it's kind of hard to find. But now they're saying it's likely that Planet 9, Planet 10 is still there. It's there somewhere. Then before they said it wasn't real. Now they're saying that it is likely real, and they're going to try to find it. But they didn't want people to know about it because it could come close to our planet and orbit around our planet. They didn't want there to be a panic, like with the aliens. They didn't want people to know about aliens because it might cause a panic. And I was reading some documents from the Air Force in the 50s when I was researching the crop circle video, and it was the fly is the space. No, it's the UFOs being the being animals. Like a UFO is actually an organism itself. That video, it is said that in these documents that the Air Force and all lied about aliens because they didn't want there to be a public panic. This was back in 1958. So there you go. That was long-winded. Hope that made sense, and if it didn't, I don't mind re-explaining it in layman's terms, more simplistically. It's funny, Sarah. More ocean than dry land. All right, we're gonna look that up too. Okay. Whoa! It's like an elephant. Wow. Yeah, that's some you know some big critters. Yeah, that's really big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's speechless. Yeah, shout out to this tortoise right here. Yeah, tortoises can live quite a while. There's a tortoise that was around during the revolution in Russia and before that, and all the way to like our modern age. It's a very old tortoise. Yeah, put a saddle on it. Exactly. Oh, someone even got the idea already. You see, like you could tame one. You could have it saddle up. Hey, hey, look, see, it's ready to go. Yeah, exactly, Primal. And also another thing about yeah, so those are the pieces of it. And James Cameron is saying so stranded. James Cameron said that he is going to create a new submersible and prove that if it's done right, people can go to the Titanic. So he's building a new submersible, and he's going to go back to Titanic and show everybody that when it's done right, it can be a very fun experience. Because he doesn't want one person to ruin it for everybody else. So that's another thing that James Cameron's doing. He's gonna go back to Titanic, and that's very exciting. He hasn't done that since like 2001 and around 97 when the Titanic movie came out. Yeah. So, and these are the pictures of the victims. That's them. That's funny, Stranded. Dinotopia. Generation would pass on ownership to the next. Yeah, hilarious. Yeah, those are the victims. And the reason why Titanic sunk because they were overconfident about its ability to do certain things. And the same thing happened with this thing. It's like the same situation with the Titan submersible. And that's the carbon fiber hull. And that's the it just he got parts from like Home Depot and he got like parts and he put it together and he didn't get anybody to check it out. It was so cringe. Yeah, and the toilet and all is cringe. Like James Cameron, they didn't eat or drink anything to go into the submersible because they didn't have a toilet. But this man, he added a toilet to it. Well, I understand Stranded. Now, in my opinion, I think that like what Rush was doing was really bad because he was making like capitalization off of the people. Like he was trying to make money and make it into like a tourist attraction. But like James Cameron just he looked at the Titanic for research purposes, so he's not I don't think in my opinion as far as I know he's advocating for people to tour the Titanic. He's just saying that other people that want to research the Titanic can go and look at it. But if you're against that, understood. And I do think it's good to respect those that perished on the Titanic. I do agree. And also, but like Cameron's not doing it for the reasons that Stockton was doing it. You know, Yes, I agree, Stranded. Exactly, because that's not what Cameron was trying to endorse. I don't think, I don't know for sure, but he was just talking about it for research purposes. And that people can go down there to research the Titanic and observe it, for those purposes. But, like, what he's talking about is something different than what Stockton Rush. Because his idea was they wanted to make a company where people could go explore shipwrecks and submarine wrecks and for like profit and stuff. Because Stockton charged those people money to go down to the Titanic, almost like the Titanic was angry. It's as I said, it sounds similar to the cringe Titanic 666 movie, where they wanted revenge on the people that were there because of the witchcraft thing. It's like it's a real stupid, blasphemous, cringe movie they made about the Titanic, for the record. But like basically, they did it for, it seems like the Titanic didn't want them there. Yeah, so the college students, yeah, I remember now. So Amanda, the thing about the college students you're thinking of, he had them work with him, and they had the college students build the thing and work on it and with the construction, because somebody like James Cameron would have seen the flaws in it, but he didn't want somebody to disagree with him. So Amanda, you were right about what they weren't on the submersible with him. The college kids helped construct it. It just like it was a little bit of a skewed information where that these people were building it, and that's why it didn't. Another reason why it didn't go well, because Cameron and people like him would have been against the construction of it, because it's just not right. It's not even shaped right. I did a video about the guy and his son that were going to go on the submersible, but the son looked at it and he thought it wasn't built right, and he had a feeling that it wasn't going to work, and he didn't want to go on it, and he would have perished on it if him and his father went on it. But look at this stupid thing. It has like a tail on it. Like, that thing doesn't look like it's aerodynamic for a submersible to be underwater. Like, the pressure would not be on it equally. It would be on different pressure points in various spots. You're welcome, Amanda. Okay, Primal, thank you for coming, and have a good night. Stranded said Titanic does need to be researched by professionals before it completely is gone, so we can know and document the history for future generations. Well said, Stranded. Exactly. Stranded, I have kind of like a random question. Did you like playing Pac Man, the arcade game? And any of you other people that did it, I'd like to know also. Exactly, Amanda. That's a good point. And also the thing why there's ethical reasons why it couldn't be. Like, people have a problem if it were to be brought back up because of the people that perished, and they would think it's like a grave site. But like, there's these pulley systems, and like, and why? All right, so the on the bow of the ship of the Titanic, there's this pulley system. Mary Toodles loves Pac-Man. I saw a video where they had the bow, and there was like a pulley thing where they have the ropes still there, and and stuff like that, and it still works without any WD-40 or anything. The pulley still works. Like, the different mechanisms and like levers and things, they all still work on the ship. And it free falled and it catapulted into the ground. And look, it stayed in one piece. Like, I know it broke up in two pieces, but this part stayed in one piece. It's incredible. It like, although it wasn't built 100% correctly, obviously, and it wasn't piloted correctly because of what happened. Still, I mean, it was a really strong built ship, and it was built really well. It had flaws in it, but it was built well. Oh yeah, Stranded. Is a lot of the experts and people say that, well, this is one of the reasons why I can't bring it up. It's the technology. The technology to bring up the Titanic we may not really have now. It would be very difficult to bring it back up from that deep. Like, if there's anything that could reach that deep into the ground, I mean, into the ocean. But then again, yes, the Titanic is allegedly, seems like they're saying it's very fragile and would have a problem if it was brought back up. But it's also the technology to bring it back up. Because Stranded, I talked about video games last night, and I'm talking about it again this time. And Pac-Man's something I'm talking about. Amanda says, well, I'm sure the bodies are long gone. The ocean will still be there. If my family passed on there, I would want it saved and brought it up. It's going to disappear forever in the being down there. But as I said, parts of the ship work, like as I said, the pulley system and stuff like that. And if it could be brought back up, that would be interesting to see. If they had a technology to bring it back up, it would be interesting to try it. It's going to be disintegrated anyway at some point. Like, either way, it's not going to work. But if they were able to bring it back up, that would be interesting. But a lot of, as I said, the argument people have is like it was a grave site. Oh, and you know what else is, Amanda? And this is a theory that I have, is that the parts of the Titanic that are underground, that are under the mud of the sea floor, looks perfectly the way it looked, well, like a time capsule. Like, it looks, the paint is all still there. And I saw some pictures of parts of it, and some of the paint is still there on parts of the ship. So in theory, all that underneath that's under in the mud would just look perfectly like it did when it sunk. In my opinion, I could be wrong. Yes, yes. I'll tell you right now. In the year 2030, I don't know if that's true or not, but they say who discovered the bacteria has estimated that Titanic will completely collapse, possibly as soon as 2030. The Canadian geoscientist Steve has commented that the wreck has become an oasis of thriving ecosystem sitting in vast desert. Yeah, lead-based paint. But look, the experts could be wrong, and I'd look. In my opinion, I don't know if it's going to collapse in 2030 or around that time. Like, it seems like the ship is just in the same condition it's always been. It doesn't seem like it's, which I don't know, like what it's doing right now. But from what I've seen, it looks the same as it did before. Like you would see some gradual collapsing or something on it. But as I said, we don't know for sure. The experts could be wrong, but we'll have to just wait and see. All right, now this is about the Titanic being raised. Now it turns out the Titanic will stay where it is at least for now, as it's too fragile to be raised on the ocean floor. The acidic saltwater, hostile environment, and iron-eating bacterium are consuming the hull of the ship. And as I said, it's been around there for over 100 years, and it hasn't completely eaten it yet. So it's been taking a while for that to happen. And they have risen parts of it, Amanda. I'll show you some of it. You see, look. That's the bow right now. Well, not right now, but that's one of the pictures of it from underwater. Imagine what it was like when they, would discover this thing and they just creeped up to this thing just in the dark in the abyss. Okay, now this is another opinion, Amanda. This is another thing. It's right here. So it says 1986, 1996, 19. It says 20. It says 2012, and then 2112. We wouldn't be here. That on the bottom, that's what it would look like in 2112. Now it could last over 100 years. It could be over 100 years before an implosion were to happen with the Titanic. It may not happen as soon as they're saying, but it's something that does need to be brought back up. I mean, and looked at. Understood. Stranded. Understood. And that's like what's underwater of it. Like that part is like what's in the ground. And let's be hypothetical here. Let's say if they did raise it at some point in the future and somebody tried to steal it, it would have to be heavily guarded. And it probably would implode when it was on land at some point anyway. Now, there's parts of the ship that are not all together. This the bow is. Like, you see, like, that's another point of view of it. Yeah, the ghost ship. That's like what it looked like when it first went under there. And Ismay, he was talking about raising the Titanic back in 1912, in that time period. But what happened was World War I happened, and that halted anything to try to find the Titanic. But they wouldn't have had the technology to know where in the world it was, or to raise it, especially back in that time period. Now, back in that time, right after it sunk, hypothetically, I mean, it would have been in much better condition than it is now. This is the stern part of it. It doesn't look too good. That's the stern engine. Yeah, that's the stern. Yeah, that was a good movie. Stranded. Also, I want to say that there was a rope pulley system with some sort of cable. I was saying earlier on the Titanic, and it's like Stranded said, it appears that if you just touched it, the thing would fall apart, but the pulley system still works. There's a video I saw of it, and like they got the thing and it was just going through without WD-40 or anything. It's amazing. You would think it would be rusted. Like things here get rusted and they don't work, but down there, the thing was just working regularly. They kind of moved the wire, and the pulley was working. And it's amazing after it crashed and all that's been down there that some of the stuff, the pulleys and things, still work on the ship. Yeah, Davy Jones would be in the Titanic. Yeah, that's the stern. It just looks like a bunch of wet cardboard boxes. These are some animations of hypothetical Titanic being raised. Like so, like still pictures of it. Like that's a concept of the Titanic being raised, hypothetically. Like you would have to have this pulley system and this machine, like so, to do that. Yeah, I know, right? It was built to last. It's over 100 years later. Parts of it still work because it was built to last. It was a very strong built ship, but it they didn't. As I said, they went directly into the iceberg. It will only two flood compartments would have been broken. But if they swipe past it and it's bust open half the ship open, that's not too good. Yeah, it's like a documentary. That's a good question, Stranded. That's a good question. And also, the what happened was the Titanic would say it's been a long time since I've seen fresh air. That's a joke. And also, I wouldn't exactly know what would happen. Maybe nothing would happen, or maybe something would happen. I'm not too sure. But you think it would accelerate the process? Okay. Yeah, because Amanda, on YouTube, there's the animation about a hypothetical Titanic being raised, and it shows it like being put on a bigger ship and going into New York, and it's just like chilling. All right, I'm gonna look up this. Corrosion rates may be accelerated by air impurities that dissolve condensed water or rainwater, and by dust and dirt settling on the metal surface. Now, it's possible if it was brought back up on land, it could have imploded at some point in a museum or something. I saw some talks a long time ago that if it was raised, that Disney wanted it to put it at Disney World. But thank you, Strainer, for that point. Yes, I agree, Amanda. Amanda, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna send you a video in the chat, and Stranded has permission to look at it too, and everybody else. All right. Okay. Indeed. Yeah, I agree. All right. If you go to this, if you go to click that, and you go to 5:39 in that video, it shows the Titanic, an animation of the Titanic being raised. I think it should go to New York. And then in the animations I've seen, it's put on a larger boat, a larger ship, and it's brought to New York. And it sees the Statue of Liberty and all. You know, that would be crazy if they're able to successfully bring it up and bring it back. Yeah, no to Disney. Absolutely. Okay. You're welcome, Amanda. Yeah, Disney's cringe. Exactly. That's all they want to do. They want to make, profit off of it. They're like Stockton Rush. Okay. Titanic Blueprint. All right. So this is a Titanic. And you see right there how you see the bow. If the bow would have collided with the iceberg, only two of the flood compartments would have been breached, and the Titanic would have survived. But when you swipe open, one, two, three, four, five. When you swipe all the way into the front part of the ship like that, it can't handle it, and it causes a domino effect. Yeah. Not no, but hell no. My great grandfather used to talk like that. He used to say that. So, but the thing what they should have done was they should have built it where the flood compartments could go all the way up, and it wouldn't have tipped over. So if you would have build the flood compartments to go all the way up to the ceiling, it wouldn't have sunk. Because it's like a balancing thing. It's like they have flood compartments that only go so high, so if it goes overflow, the whole ship sinks and cracks in half. So, as I said, it was like an icebreaker. It could go right into an iceberg and it would have survived. It was built really strong, and parts of it still work over 100 years later. But the problem is, the people are trying to avoid the iceberg when it was designed to go into the iceberg. It was this, so, that was the situation. But there would have still been a lot of problems and injuries from that. But it wouldn't have sunk. But, like I was talking to the dude that does oil rigging. It's like, sometimes this accidents happen and problems happen and people do the best they can. So it was nice that they wanted to try to avoid the iceberg. Oh. Yeah. You see, Stranded's on to me, everybody. Yeah. I can't get one past her. Okay, the reason why it wouldn't have sunk, because we look at this picture. I'm going to try to click on it to make it bigger. Alright, so zoom in. Up. Perfect. Alright, everybody. So this is perfect. Okay, so you see right here, this is the Titanic. And Stranded, I have to look that up about the doors not closing. As I know with Britannic, it had problems closing the flood compartment doors. I don't know if I recall correctly if it was with this one or not. I have to re-look that up to refresh my memory. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to go look that up for myself to make sure, but I do believe you. Okay, so we have this right here. So if the Titanic hit the iceberg directly, so if they had an engineer piloting the ship that knew what was going on, if it collided right with the iceberg, it would have collided with these two right here. No, we're just right here in the front part. It'd be 1 and 2. And then the ship would be fine, because the ship sinks when 5 compartments are flooded. That's when the ship will sink. 5 or more. But if it's 4, 2, 1, or 3, it would be fine. So it only would have gotten this front part right here. In this area. So it wouldn't have not sunk. It would have been stuck in an iceberg, but it wouldn't have sunk. But when it goes all the way over here, all of that, because when they try to get away from the iceberg, they swipe the iceberg, and they cut nearly half the ship open, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to here. So it goes over, right where, right in the middle right here, and the ship goes down, and a domino effect happens until it reaches the center, and it's tipped over like this, and then it cracks in half and sinks. It stands for Royal Mailing Ship. It was like the post office. The Titanic was a UPS ship. It was Amazon. It was shipping tons and tons of mail and packages to America. So if they found the packages in the mail right now, they would still the United States Post Office would still send to those addresses those packages in the mail. So you would get a mail package from somebody that lived in your house over 100 years ago that ordered something from somebody. This is why they thought it was an unsinkable ship, because it's like this thing could crash into a giant iceberg. It would be fine. But everybody in the ship might be injured, but it'd be okay. And actually, guess what, everybody? Hear this. The Costa Concordia, this other ship, this giant cruise ship, this Costa Concordia ship that sunk, over in Italy. You see this right here? And what happened to this thing right here? If the Titanic was in this situation, the Titanic would have been perfectly fine. It would have survived the Costa Concordia ship. It only would have broken one flood compartment. So the Titanic wouldn't have had a problem if it was in this situation. So the design and concept of the Titanic, if it's done correctly, could have been pretty cool. But it's like, they were not expecting the whole ship to nearly be cut in half like that. It was not thought of in its design. So what they did with the two sister ships was they built it up where the flood compartments were. They expanded it with the Olympic and the Britannic all the way to like to the where the funnels are. So if it was in a Titanic situation, it wouldn't sink. Because if it's closed off, it would have just been like leaning in the water. Sarah, I know, all those poor people. I just couldn't imagine how terrified they were. Alright, shout out to y'all. So yeah, like the Costa Concordia, it would have hit like 1 or 2. It would have hit the Titanic here and it would have been okay. And it would have still been going. So as I said, if Titanic had 2, 3, or 4 flood compartments breached, it would have been fine. It would just keep on going. Or they probably would have stopped the ship and waited for help to come. It wouldn't be wise for it to keep on going. Hey, correct, Stranded. Correct. They'll still deliver it. I know. And there's a movie, Amanda, when one of the Titanic movies, since there's tons of them I told you about last night, which I'll talk about a little bit again this time, because Stranded's here. But look, there's a movie where it shows Captain Smith roasting Murdoch. Murdoch was the dude in charge of trying to save the Titanic during that time because he was the captain he was a substitute captain, and the Captain Smith said, "Okay, Murdoch, you are supposed to go directly into the iceberg. If you go into the iceberg, only 2 flood compartments are breached. But what you did was missing the iceberg caused all these flood compartments to be opened, and now the ship will sink." And the captain was really angry. In that specific movie, he was like, "These flood compartments are now breached, but if you would have gone straight into the iceberg, only 2 would have been breached." So as I said, I'll say it again, because everybody's like the unsinkable ship and all, but you got to remember something. It's like if it went right into the iceberg, like it would have been like a car accident. The front part would have been imploded, like when you have a car and an accident happens and it, like, the cage, it, like, implodes like an accordion. Like, the Titanic would have imploded, like, the front part would have caved in a little bit, and 2 flood compartments would have been breached, maybe 3, but it would have just been 2, and then the whole ship would have been okay, and everybody would have survived. But when they try to miss the iceberg, they accidentally swiped a whole gash in the ship, and it caused it to sink. Because they thought, like, okay, if we crash into an iceberg, captain's like, okay, we crash into an iceberg, we'll be okay. But these people were like, we're going to miss the iceberg. But so it didn't really go the way he planned. Like with Stockton Rush, the carbon fiber hull didn't work, and it didn't go the way he planned, and he imploded. It was a mistake, but no hate on the people that were on charge that night. They didn't intentionally do that. It was a terrible tragedy, but just y'all could know, and there's YouTubers that talk about this. Alright? There's a YouTuber I watch that does the Titanic videos, and he confirmed this, that if it would have hit head on, it would have been okay. Oh, there's people that were challenging the Federal Reserve that died on it. Like, there's a bunch of these rich people that were against the Federal Reserve allegedly. I don't know that I don't know that's a fact for sure, but there's people that were against. There's like John Jacob Astor, who's like a Trump. He was like a billionaire. And there's a couple of really. I'll go Google this so y'all could see. Oh yeah, the founder of Macy's and his wife passed away on it. Amanda, the guy that founded Macy's, he died on it. John Jacob Astor, Thomas Andrews. Thomas Andrews, he was the one that created the Titanic. He's the one that came up with the blueprints and the design of it. Fact stranded. And there is Jacques Futrelle, J. Bruce Ismay, Archibald Gresse the Fourth, Carl Bier. Well, that doesn't. That person may have died after the Titanic. No, that person survived it. Okay, Archibald survived. Bruce Ismay survived. And see, this person survived. Jacques died. He was a mystery author. And another Archibald Butt, was an American Army officer and aide to President Roosevelt, so he must have survived the sinking. So these are famous people that were on the Titanic. Margaret Brown, she survived it. Dorothy Gibson seems like she survived it. Benjamin Guggenheim. Yeah, so in the Titanic movie, Benjamin Guggenheim, yeah, he was the guy that was wearing a suit and like a top hat, and he said he was going to go down like a gentleman. And he put on his best suit with his servant, and they went somewhere and they drowned with it. You don't have people don't do that anymore. Like, people now, they wouldn't do something like that now. Yes, Stranded, that was them. The ones in the bed. Charles Hayes, the president of Trunk Railway, brought to work in the railroad business as a clerk at the age of 17. Rose to the ranks of management. And he drowned with Titanic. Oh, I know Sarah. Well, Amanda, it's a scene. I don't. It's a scene from the Titanic movie. So what happened was Isidore Strauss and his wife, they were offered a lifeboat, but since he couldn't come on the lifeboat because he was a man, she decided to just go with him, and they went down together because they were married for so many years. George Wick, steel man, magnate, the industrialist, was founding president of Youngstown Sheet and Tube Company, and he died. Yeah, so those are the famous people that were on the Titanic, and also those that lived and died. I'll show you the person that designed it. He died at 39 years old. Yeah, this is the person that created the Titanic. He's the one that designed it. He's the architect of it. And he went down with the ship. He's the guy that was like changing the clock. In a couple different movies he did that. He's depicted doing that. And also I read later that he helped me after the clock scene. He did help people and rescue people get on the boats and stuff, but he was missing. He died at sea with the ship. All right. Okay. Yeah, and then he designed it. And I'm gonna check about what Strain it's saying. As water flooded the damaged compartments, the hull of the ship began to pitch forward, and water in the damaged compartments was able to spill over into the adjacent compartments. Not only did the compartments not control the flooding, but they also contained the water in the bow, which increased the rate of the sinking. Man, yes, the daughter of Macy's confirmed it was them. I think when they originally found the Titanic, the pics of the cabin, they found their skeletons in the position. Now, I don't. I thought like I want to see something. I didn't know. I don't think they found any bodies in the Titanic or any remain. They found shoes and stuff, but I don't know if they found bones. I want to see about that. Let's see. One such strange fact has made its way around Reddit this week that despite the exploration of the submerged wreck since its rediscovery in September 1985, no human remains have ever been found on board. And a lot of and I know this from researching it, it's like the bodies, if they were down there with the pressure and all, it's like they were devoured by sea creatures and like those abyssal fish that I showed y'all. Those things ate all the remains. But crucially, plenty is still missing. Human remains, some 16, some 100, okay, 1,160 people went down with the Titanic, but no bodies have ever been found. There are multiple theories as why, although experts have been unable to completely solve the mystery once and for all. From this moment on, this is written in 2023, the Captain Smith's whereabouts are a bit spotty, though he held up a brave front until the very end when it said he died some tragic and some nonchalant ways. His body was never found, and his death, or lack thereof, was never confirmed. Stranded, yeah. I think that's probably was for the movie because it's like there is these situations where you had this situation. A friend of mine told me that there was a picture of the captain's skeleton, but it's like it was fake. It was like that's not real. And a lot of the bodies drifted off, way off where the Titanic was sunk. And I'll show you, like a couple of months after the ship sank, there are still bodies popping up in the ocean. And the question is, the iceberg from Titanic still there? On its way into the Atlantic and also after the collision, the iceberg melted because of the water temperature. An iceberg exists for about 2 to 3 years, accordingly. If the fatal iceberg calved in 1910 or 1911, it may not have disappeared until the end of 1912 or even during 1913. Yeah, but many months after the Titanic sunk, they found bodies still floating around, and some of the bodies were too decomposed or damaged. They just buried them at sea. Okay, so that's some information about Titanic, and I enjoyed building that model of it when I did. All right, so now what I'm going to do. Okay, Shane, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, there was a lot of hoaxes going on. Amanda, what is your opinion on cruise ships? Do you or yay or nay? So what that means is like, what do you think of the cruise ships, Amanda? Like, and all of you, how about this? All of you, because I seem to exclude people. What do y'all think of cruise ships in general? All of you here that are commenting, and anybody else that's like watching. Do y'all like cruise ships? Yeah, no, exactly. And they could always make it free with ads. Okay, Amanda. Understood. That makes perfect sense. Yes. Remember the girlfriend I had? She loved cruise ships, and she went on some before. And I'm like, I didn't go on the senior cruise because my class had a senior cruise. I didn't go on it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Amanda understood. Yeah, they do go to interesting places. Oh, she's always on a cruise. Your cousin. And Sharon had said she would go on one. All right. Some diverse opinions. Yeah, right on, Sarah. And this is the Titanic, like some like when it's sailing around. Titanic sinking. That's Titanic sailing. Well, fact stranded. That sounds fun. Yeah. Yeah, facts. Yeah, they do have good food and gambling. Yeah. My life is very interesting. I like it. I cannot complain, and I'm blessed. We got the co-pilot being persuasive in the chat. We got the stranded getting everybody to come with me to and stranded to the voyage. Yeah, I'm playing the movie Ghost Ship. Yeah. And we look at modern cruises. Yeah, they got a lot of stuff on there. All right. Oh yeah, understood, Sarah. We don't want you to trip. All right, stranded facts. Facts. Yeah, that looks pretty cool right there. All right. All right, this is modern cruise ship dining. I remember like some of the other friends were saying they want to bring me to Scotland, and we got this group of people that's bringing me on a cruise ship. So it's very cool. A lot of trips coming up. Yeah, huge. Yeah, bigger than Titanic. Yeah, not a Disney cruise. You got people all dressed up on the cruise. Yeah. And that's the water. Oh, she's been in Scotland from a cruise. Uh oh. Okay. Facts. Oh, right. Right, Amanda. And we got this one. Yeah, some nice dining. All right, let's see the casinos. Yeah, that's the casinos they have on there. Yeah, I do need to visit ancestors. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Certain cruise lines allow small dogs on board, albeit, albeit with specific weight, size limitations. But assistance dogs, they make exceptions for. You're welcome. Cruise ships in general don't allow any kind of pets. That's mainly because there's so much red tape involved that Cunard only offers a kennel on one of this 3 ships. Even at that, pets are only allowed on QM2's transatlantic crossing, explained Robert Ruckton, Canard specialist in kennel operations. Although limited to some cruise lines, Although some limited cruise lines allow pets, including Canard, Queen Mary 2, Tallink, Mini Cruise. Additionally, most cruise lines gladly allow service animals to accompany passengers. It doesn't really say, it kind of frowns upon pets. The Queen Mary II of Canard Lines is considered the most famous pet-friendly cruise ship, known for its welcoming attitude towards pets, cats and dogs, personalized services such as dedicated walking areas, play area, and grooming services. So the Queen Mary 2 of Canard Lines is more friendly towards the pets. No hamsters. These are the cabins. Interesting. It's looking out over the Nordic Ocean. That's pretty cool. All right. Queen Mary II is famous for making regular transatlantic crossings from London to New York. Newport, Boston, New York, and stuff like so similar to what the Titanic's route was. And then you have this other one where you have right, right. Yeah, and you have the Carnival cruises. You have a couple of different ones. The Carnival cruises go all over the place. They go in like Hawaii, the Caribbean, New Orleans, and different places like that. Yeah, it takes a little while. I have to look at the distance. It would take 8 hours and 4 minutes to drive to Scotland. No swimming for Sarah. Distance from Scotland to London train is 400 miles. Yeah, it looks like you could take a train to Scotland, yeah. It would take 4.5 hours from London to Scotland on train. Right. Yeah, no big deal. And the thing with London right now, it has some issues with some of the crime and stuff going on with certain people that kind of went there that weren't supposed to go there. And like my uncle doesn't even go to London, but dad's feeling in England. Like they don't like go to London anymore. But yeah, it would be nice if like it cleared up at some point, and it'd be good to see that. Yeah, in Scotland and all. Yeah, and also speaking of Scotland, I think it's really cool the Macbeth story because it's like they had these three witches and they're telling the dude the prophecy, and they're in like the mountains and stuff. It's pretty cool. The three witches. Yeah, so in the story, like they had these three witches that are talking to the dude. They represent pure evil and spitefulness. Yeah, yeah. We put a trip together. Yeah, those are the three witches. It's pretty cool. Scotland's an interesting place, and you have this depiction of them. I like the Shakespeare stuff. They're the depictions of things. Might encounter some spooky people there. Yeah, like in Hocus Pocus, that's where they probably got that. That's where they got that from. You see, they have, and then you have like this depiction of it. people like kind of doing their thing. Yeah, so that's pretty interesting. I like these depictions of it. Now, to me, Hamlet reminds me of Scotland, but it takes place in Denmark. Like, and Mel Gibson, who did Passion of Christ, he played in Hamlet. I learned these books in school, by the way. Probably y'all have too, but it was a big deal at my school. What's his name? Mel Gibson. Oh yeah, man. Glad that you liked it too. About those things, yeah. So basically, what happens is, yes, this is Mel Gibson's Hamlet, and like it shows the opening scene, and he sees his father's ghost, and they're like in the castle, and they're trying to stop the dude, and he insists on talking to the spirit, and yeah, that was pretty cool. See the ghost, all of that stuff. My school did Romeo and Juliet also. You see, that's like from the scene from that movie about that. But like with Mel Gibson, with the not Mel Gibson, the Romeo and Juliet. Yeah, I also there's a scene at my school we reenacted Romeo and Juliet, and I was Romeo, obviously. And also we did that too. We watched the old movie, and we the original one, and we watched Leonardo DiCaprio one, where I got this shirt from. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. So Scotland and all, and Denmark is cool places. And you see, this is why I like Europe and European culture and stuff like that. And I don't feel bad about being related to those people or whatever. I'm gonna show you some Scottish castles. They have really cool castles. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, so we have some cool castles up in here. And then you have this other one, the interior. And then, it's so fascinating, so fascinating there. And also right here you have that, and you have you have all this stuff. It's pretty cool. And then you have castle, Scottish castle interior. Yeah, so the castles are very interesting. I like that a lot. Oh, I'll look that up. I'll look that up. These are all the castles we can visit. Yeah, we could go to the castles, and those are the ones, these right here. Really cool. Oh yeah, the churches are very cool. Yeah, so Scotland has a nice land up there. And also another thing, yeah. Remember I saw a YouTube video Chills covered, and it was about the Scottish church that had some ghosts in it. And that was interesting. Yeah, these are the churches. Amanda, thank you so much. I'll certainly check it out. Thank you. Yeah, churches are really cool. Yeah, those are the cathedrals. Very cool. Yes, yes, indeed. There's a place in England my uncle visited, and like so, I am part Scottish and Irish and different things, also English. Now the thing with the Scottish, at some points they had wars with England, and my uncle never went to Scotland because he said they have hatred. And also, but like I like all the United Kingdom. It's a nice place. And one place he went to was Robin Hood's area. Walk in Robin Hood's footsteps through the majestic Sherwood Forest to see the hideout of Major Oak, discover legendary tales of rebellion at Nottingham Castle, or tour the town with man himself before Pint of Ale and the oldest inn in England. Yeah, because my uncle went to some attraction where the forest for Robin Hood was, and they took pictures with these different statues and things in that area. It was pretty cool. Well, Amanda, that sounds awesome. Looks like my yard. Yeah, but my uncle, yeah, he was like chilling in like that area. And I'll get the pictures in another stream and I'll show y'all him at the place. But yeah, it looks kind of like my yard. I always like forests and things. Thanks, Sarah. Yes. Yes. And they had the museum also. Like they have things like this. It's pretty cool. A very fascinating castle. It's like being in a fairy tale. Yeah, but basically this is really interesting, and I really am enjoying looking at this stuff with y'all. I really, really like it. Ah, that's right. Well, that's great. Okay, the new shorts I'm gonna put out are gonna be about this Robin Hood. So I talked about King Arthur, and I still will, but I gotta talk about this dude. Ah, okay. Yeah, because I do British literature shorts about different characters and things, and a lot of people like them. But I have to do this guy. All right. One certain fact is he was a North countryman with his traditional haunts as an outlaw in Sherwood. So he was like a cowboy. Forest and coastal refuge at Robin Hood's Bay in Yorkshire. One well known story about Robin is that places him in Whitby, Yorkshire, is about him and Little John having a friendly archery contest. I've done archery with my buddy. They talk about aliens with. I've shot a bow and arrow before. Pretty cool. Yeah, and they have something in New Orleans at the park where they have like a fairy tale area, and it's a lot like these stories we're talking about. They have all these different stories. They even have the whale from Jonah, and you could go inside the whale's mouth. I was a little kid. I enjoyed it. Awesome, awesome, Amanda. Yes, Amanda, I agree, and I'll be interesting to see that one day. Yeah, archery is awesome. With the cats and the little critters and all, it would be. I couldn't really do it here because of the little critters we have. Yeah, so basically what it is, Amanda, it's like a giant whale, but it's a it's like a statue, and then you like go inside of its mouth. Yeah, it's like a real whale. '13 to 14th century AD. He's an outlaw. Yeah, Shane, I've heard of that too. That he was from a wealthy, corrupt family, and he was like the rebel of his family. Yeah, and he was a Christian. Back in these old eras, in these time periods, even up to like when the Titanic was there, atheism and people that didn't believe in God were very rare. And so, like in that time period, people believed in God more. Maid Marine was his lover. The earliest surviving text of Robin Hood ballad is the 15th century Robin Hood and the Monk. This is preserved in Cambridge University manuscripts F548, written after 1450. It contains many of the elements still associated with the legend, from Nottingham setting to the bitter enmity between Robin Hood and the local sheriff. So they had sheriffs in this thing. Yes, yes, he was, Sarah. Of my good he shall hew some, if he be poor man. Yeah, let's read some of this old English here. Loki, Loki, ye do know house bond, harme, that telleth with his plowy. No more he shall know gaudy yemen that walketh by green wood saw. Ni no knight, ni no squire, that will be a good fellow. In the final lines, he was a good outlaw and died poor men much good. That's how they talked back then. We talk completely different now. Like, if we took someone from that time period, they wouldn't really understand what I'm saying or what y'all are saying in the chat. No. And vice versa. It's like encrypted. They talk like they're encrypted. Artist impressions of Robin Hood. Richard the Lion-Hearted marrying Robin Hood and Maid Marine on plaque outside of Nottingham Castle. Yeah, shout out to Robin Hood. Yeah, they were stranded. It would have been before, like before the Protestant Reformation, when the Protestant Reformation started happening, and they're breaking off the church, and at some point, King Henry, because he wanted to divorce, and the Pope said he couldn't divorce, so he made his own church because he couldn't divorce. But he was really the reason why the kids kept coming out as females. It wasn't his wife's fault, but he didn't know any better. So, yeah, but I think, yeah, I believe it. I'll check, but just make sure. But yeah, this is when they were all Catholic. Yeah, Amanda, you got to get a translation of Romeo and Juliet in modern English because you're not going to understand it in the old English. Oh wait, I'll read some context about this dude. Robin Hood is a legendary figure, heroic outlaw, originally depicted in English folklore, and subsequently featured in literature, theater, and cinema. According to legend, he was a highly skilled archer and swordsman. In some versions of the legend, he is depicted as being of noble birth, and in modern retellings, he is sometimes depicted as having fought in the Crusades before the returning to England. That's really cool. I like the Crusaders. So he helped defend Europe from the Caliphate invasion. To find his lands taken by the sheriff. So they had sheriffs in this time. That's where the origin a lot of this stuff comes from. Like an outlaw, you think of like a cowboy in the West, but it originated all in England, because that's where that's America is England, like a like the second England, and Scotland and Ireland. Like the conflict in the Civil War between the North and the South resembles, some say resembles, the war between England and Scotland. And ironically, like with me, all of them relate to both of them. I'm more from the England side, so it would be like flipped around. It's like the thing but flipped around. Yeah, but I relate to Scotland and those different countries and stuff like that. Obviously, of course, you all know that. Known versions, he is instead a member of the yeoman class, traditionally depicted dressed in Lincoln green. He is most famous attribute stealing from rich to give to poor. And Stranded said that it's found out recently in her research that he was actually from a wealthy, corrupt family, and then he like helped the poor people. Correct, Stranded. Exactly. And the point is, like, before the Protestant Reformation, like, there wasn't a lot of, like, I don't think there are other Christian denominations before that, but I'm not too sure. I have to look that up. But, like, basically, there weren't many people at that time that weren't religious. So if they were Catholic or not, people believed in God more back then than they do now. And, like, there's good things with the medieval times. You know, there's good, like, I like things from that time. Remember my friend I told you about the aliens? This dude, like, he wore a Crusader shirt. Like, he used to wear that, and he liked the Crusades. And he was the one that told me about the swords and stuff. So we were in the medieval things, also. He was very eclectic. And, like, Stranded, when I wasn't Catholic because of the Pope, some people in my family thought I was atheist. But, you know, I just wasn't. I was just a different Christian group. But what I do now is, like, I have a combination of both practices from the Protestant and Catholic groups. I'm like mixed. I'm like a Chex Mix version of it. Right. But thank you, Strand, for pointing that out. Stranded, are you familiar with, or any of you in the chat familiar with a movie or series like called? It's from like a long time ago called Monty Python. It was this like a Crusader comedy. That was really funny. Another friend I had from school used to watch it when I used to go to his house. I think that's like the 1600s. That was like in the 1600s. The Pilgrims. So the Puritans and the Quakers, they broke off of the Church of England, which I'm related to from my dad's side, and I'm close to that. Like as I got older, like I have a lot of things from the Catholic stuff, but at the same time I'm Protestant. But like what they did, they want to eradicate things from the Catholic Church, like the crosses and the saints and the statues and stuff, and they want to purify the church from Catholicism because the Church of England still had a lot of Catholic things in it. And yeah, correct. That was a group of people that came to America. Yes. Yeah, it's a flying circus. Yeah, Sarah. Oh yeah, yeah. Faxmanda. Yeah. So yeah, Monty Python. That was hilarious. That's what like the YSL trial is like. It's like watching that movie. Yeah, Sarah knows. In the Northwest Atlantic, mature great whites are known to feed on both harbor and gray seals. Unlike adults, juvenile white sharks in the area feed on smaller fish species until they are large enough to prey on marine animals such as seals. White sharks also attack dolphins and proposes from above, beyond, behind, or below to avoid being detected by their echo echolo caution. Targeted species include dusky dolphins and other kind of dolphins. So the dolphins got to watch out for that. Yes. Right. Right, stranded. I'll look that up. Okay, they were named Methodists for the methodical in way they carried their Christian faith. Methodism originated as a revival movement within Anglicanism, originated out of the Church of England in the 18th century and became separate denomination. So right, right. It's from the same. Yeah, y'all are right. Correct. Baptist is an English-speaking denomination originated from 17th century Puritanism. Now, from England, my side in England, I'm related to people that were Presbyterian and people from the Church of England. So my relatives from Scotland and England, they were Presbyterian, and also they were Church of England also. And then when they went back to the Church of England, they married some people that were immigrants from Ireland that were Catholic on my dad's side through my father's line, and then that side converted to Catholicism. And my Nana, she's related to the Church of England, and also there are some other Catholics that came over because he was from French Canada, he was Italian. So my relatives over there became Catholic, but I'm related from my dad's side to Presbyterians, Catholics, and the Church of England. Because the Church of England and the Catholic Church are very similar. My uncle was explaining to me that's why I'm related to people from both churches, because they're similar. But I am also related to the Presbyterians as well. So yeah. But no, my dad's family is Catholic, my mom's family is Catholic. And I was a Protestant, I was Catholic, then I was Protestant. And then I saw that a lot of this Catholic stuff wasn't like against Christianity, or it doesn't contradict the Bible like they said before when you look deep into it. So I brought, and also my ancestors practiced these things, and I have a lot of like artwork and stuff from people from a long time ago, so I kept a lot of Catholic traditions, but also I'm still Protestant and Bible-based at the same time. Yes, the Church of England was Protestant, and it was created by Henry VIII, because he wanted a son, but what happened was the woman he was with would produce a woman, so he kept on having daughters, so he kept on divorcing. He wanted the divorce to go with another woman that would be able to have a kid with him that would be a male, and the Pope said he couldn't have a kid that would be... The Pope said he couldn't have a divorce, so he created his own church, the Church of England. But he kept a lot of Catholic traditions, kind of like me, but he was a Protestant because he was against the Pope's authority. That's why with me, I technically would be a Protestant, because I'm not always a big fan of things of the Pope, and I don't always know about that. I don't disagree with everything he does, but like I'm kind of, I don't know what to think about him. So that's why a Protestant is just somebody that rejects the Pope's authority, and there's tons of different Christian denominations all over the place. The Catholic Church broke up in so many different pieces. There's so many different denominations. But I'll tell you all some context. In the Church of England are Anglicans. The Church of England was created in 1534. So 200 years, or 100 to 200 years after Robin Hood, in 1534, Henry VIII, in the midst of the Protestant Reformation, but with primary motivation being able to annul his marriage to his first wife, Catherine of Aragon. I'll look that up. Okay. Yeah, Edward the Sixth. Yeah, his name was Edward the Sixth. The youngest and sickly son of Henry VIII, and his third wife, Jane Seymour. So the thing with this guy is he didn't know it was his fault. That's why they kept on producing children. I mean, producing women, daughters, because The father decides if it's a boy or a girl. So it's his fault. In 1517, Reformation generally was recognized to have begun in 1517 when Martin Luther, 1483 to 1546, a German monk and university professor, posted his 1995 thesis on the door of the castle and church in Wittenberg. Luther argued the church had to be reformed. Okay, Amanda, welcome back. And I was reading when the Protestant Reformation happened, there was too much individualism, and it eventually led America down a path where they want to be too individualistic that led to some of like the cultural degeneracy that we've seen today. I've read. But Protestantism's not bad or anything. It's good. But some people took ideas from it and turned it into something else and just left religion completely. But yeah, it's like so both beliefs, the Catholic has pros and cons, and the Protestant belief, in my opinion, has pros and cons. And but as I said, the Protestants are very good with being Bible based and focusing on Scripture and knowing things in the Bible. I think is very important. But also, I appreciate the cathedrals and the Catholic Church too, and both religions that are Trinitarian, Protestant, Catholic are good. Things that are not Trinitarian, that those are deceptions. But no, like Protestantism's fine, and Catholicism and Orthodox, those are fine. Everybody can have their own different traditions and interpretations of it, because they believe in the Trinity, right? So when we go away from the Trinity, that's when we go into some dark territory. And it's unfortunate that the Catholics and Protestants fought each other so much. You know, it was unfortunate. Like in France, like they had a problem where they had the Protestant Reformation in France, and they had a war over it. And so a lot of the people in America, the Huguenots, some of the founding fathers were descendants of Huguenots. So a lot of people in America relate to the Huguenots. The part of America I'm in, although I'm related to people from the British colonies that moved down here at some point, this was part of France and Spain, so that's why it's Catholic. And also the western part that was part of Mexico. So, and also, Peach is related to some of the Huguenots, for instance, our friend. And also, I'm probably related to those. I'm related to the Catholic French, but I'm also related to those other ones too, from England as well, somewhere in there. So yeah, but my ancestry, like my grandfather, my great grandfather from Germany was a Lutheran, from Martin Luther, and his wife was Catholic, and they raised the kids Catholic. So I don't know. But both sides of my family, I'm related to Protestants and Catholics. I'm related to both of them, but they're all Trinitarian. Now my grandpa's mother, she was troubled, and she converted. She didn't feel the church gave her any answers, so she became a Jehovah's Witness. But like, basically, but she had some trouble, and the Jehovah's Witnesses did not come to her funeral or really do anything after she died. So, not against Jehovah's Witness people, but yeah. So basically, besides that incident, my family, is Trinitarian. I'll tell you something related to the Presbyterian. Presbyterian theology typically emphasizes the sovereignty of God, the authority of Scripture necessary for grace through faith. Presbyterian church government was ensured in Scotland by the Acts of Union in 1707, created in Great Britain. All right, so the Presbyterian Church established itself in, well, that's not, John Knox of Scotland found the church, the Presbyterian Church. Yeah, me too, Amanda. My family's Catholic also. My father's family is Catholic, and my mom's side's Catholic. But also, I'm related to people that were Protestant, because what happens is when people marry a Catholic, they have to convert to the Catholic faith and raise their kids Catholic. So I had ancestors that were Protestant, but they married, some were, like, say they had a Protestant parent and a Catholic parent. So they married to the Catholic parent and they convert their kids to the Catholic faith. So that's why I'm related to Protestant and Catholic bloodlines. Right. And yours is too, Amanda. Right. You know, like a lot of people in Germany are Catholic. Some of my German ancestors were Catholic. I'm related to people from Missouri, and they were Catholic. No, Germans. Now, the thing that I don't agree with Calvinism is because, like, they believe in this. This is kind of like a false teaching. They believe so not maybe anymore, but Calvinists believed that in predestination, like, if you're gonna go to hell or heaven, it's already been determined. God already chose people who are going to be saved and not going to be saved, and only a few people would be saved. That's a false teaching. You know, that one's a false teaching. But as I said, then my Presbyterian ancestors went back to the Church of England, and they met Irish people there and married them, and there we go. Right, Amanda, exactly. Right, right. Stranded has a good point. Stranded says, I think the biggest issue with the Catholic Church then and now is they follow demands of whatever government beyond is in charge if it goes against the Word of God. Right, you see, Stranded, there is a pope that spoke a long time ago that there would be corruption in the church, that Satan would penetrate it. So, and this is why, Stranded, I was against things in the Catholic Church, even if, say, the Pope is, say, maybe he's, you know, say if he was good or bad, whatever he is. Basically, people could be, it could cause a distortion if the leadership was corrupted, hypothetically. And then, like what you're saying, it can corrupt a government, or if there's a corrupted government, they might go along with it, maybe, and deceive people. So that is something that concerned me as well. And the gates of hell, they say, will not penetrate the church. But the thing is, though, is the church, the body of Christ in general, but people could become corrupted. Right, but it doesn't mean that the Catholic Church was incorrect or wrong. That doesn't mean that. Because it was the original, it goes back to Peter and all that stuff. And just because there's corrupted leadership in it, there's a mass decentralization in the Catholic Church, and the Catholic individuals would discern what to go for and not to go for. So that is a problem, but at the same time, you know, many people would be against these corruptions that you're speaking of as well. So thank you, Strand, for pointing that out. You see, like, this is very nice artwork in these, like, cathedrals. You know, so as I said, like, I like, cause this is something that some of the Protestant church lacks, is I like the artwork that these churches have. And I think that is pretty cool. But at the same time, I do like the Protestant churches focusing on Scripture as well. Stranded, I agree with you. Amen. And and also I will say, just because there was a corrupted pope and some corrupted officials and things like that, it doesn't mean that the church itself, I'm not saying you're saying that, Stranded, but like it doesn't mean the church itself was false like I thought originally. It just, it means that the people shouldn't follow what that specific person is doing. Like there's a lot of priests that may not be too good, but that there's corruption, but it doesn't mean that the church itself was wrong with the other stuff that people do. And like I don't see any Catholic churches ever around here or anywhere being woke or whatever, like what the Pope does. It seems very decentralized. So that's a good thing though, but I do see what you're saying, Stranded, that that's a flaw in it. And also, the Catholic Church, one good thing about it is it's united under one thing. When the Protestant churches are broken up into a million different pieces, and they're all these different denominations, and like there's no like, in some ways that's good, in other ways it's like they're all broken up in different pieces. Stranded, I agree with you. I totally agree, and that's why, like, why would someone like that be, you know, you know, his authority of the Pope from Peter makes sense, but he has to follow the rules. I do agree with you, Stranded. Absolutely. But as I said, that's something about the Protestant churches that I wish they could have more of things like this, the artwork that they have in these kind of churches. I think that, a balance, like to not, like in Star Wars, the Jedi's teachings are an extreme and the Sith is an extreme, but balance is the key. So I think that it's good to have balance. Now, the church my mom goes to is being closed down because there's not many people going there. But it was a really beautiful church. It's very nice. And when I became a Protestant, I still went there because I still, still a similar thing. But when I got older, I talked to other YouTubers and I kind of thought about it. I'm like, there are many statues of Martin Luther King and founding fathers and Robert E. Lee and these different people. But like people, like some people are saying they not have statues of Jesus, and I wondered at one point if it was something like idolatry or whatever. But then like I thought about it really, and it's like they're not worshiping the statue itself. It's just simply, a tribute to it. Like saying a statue of a historical figure. Like they're not worshiping that statue specifically. And also, and the crosses are nice. And the statues are nice, and I think that is important to people could have that if they like. And also, like North Korea statues of their dictators and stuff, and like that's something people should be upset over more than if someone has a statue of Jesus or a saint or Mary or something like that. Okay, so Amanda, the Pope. Oh, really, Stranded? That's unfortunate. Well, down here in the South, people aren't really woke down here. Oh, down here we don't put up with stuff like that. But basically, so the Pope is supporting agendas that have to do with the woke agenda, and he seems sometimes he may be more easier on some of the woke stuff. And also what he's doing is, and maybe he means well, and he's trying to bring people that are woke into the Catholic Church, but I may not agree with his approach if he's trying to do that, because he may really think that he's trying to help bring them into the church, but sometimes it may seem like he may pander to them. And another thing, he seems to say there's certain agendas and things, like he'll tell Americans to not vote for an orange, things like that. So yeah, it's that kind of stuff. And also, he seems like he doesn't is not harsh enough on the Chinese communists for corrupting the Bible, in my opinion. But it doesn't mean everything the Pope does is bad. And only God can judge people that are, gay or whatever. But I do agree with that. But also at the same time, I think that when he says the different things that he says, he could be a little bit more direct about it or say it in a certain way, because sometimes he may throw people off. And also, yeah, he need to move down south. Right. And also, but I do agree that only God can judge, people, and it's up to him to do that. And also, but now I'll tell you this, Amanda and Stranded, is that the Pope has not allowed the wokeness to fully take over different things. Like they don't allow certain people to do woke things in a church. He is kind of like not for all the woke stuff. I've done more research on him, and he's not completely woke, and he's starting to not support some of the woke stuff. And hello, Bumblebot. I understand. I'm non-denominational too, as well. But I kept some of in my own opinion, my own view, my own interpretation. Like I kept some Catholic traditions when I got older and studied it, and the church history from the ancient times, and then going back to how things are now. Like I just chose to keep some of that stuff. That's just my own personal thing. But still, Bumblebot, I understand and I agree. But yeah, the Pope is actually not completely woke. Just to keep her, contrary to what the mainstream media is saying, he isn't completely woke, Amanda. But some things he may not be completely right on in that area. Right, and as Sarah says, we're told to judge the fruits. And like the Pope said, like, they say the gay people, they love and serve the Lord. Who is he to judge? And I do understand what he's saying. I do agree. And also remember this other person I was talking to. Now I was talking to this pastor. He was saying like to show them love and kindness, and to pray for them, and God to help them see if they're doing some sort of lifestyle that may not be correct. To have God help them see that, and also if we disagree with certain things, to make that clear as well. Right. Sarah, judges the individual fruit, not the tree as a whole. Like I've encountered those people and stuff like that, and I don't judge them. I treat them as a regular person, and everybody says welcome to the spaceship, and like I don't judge them, and everybody should be treated as human beings. Right. And Bumblebot has been lurking in the chat. And shout out to Bumblebot. Yeah, so she was multitasking. Bumblebot was multitasking. And that's the cross. As I said, so I like this artwork and stuff. Right, Stranded. Thank you. He didn't have to do that. You see, right. That's what I'm saying here. That he seems I don't know if he completely understands how some of these people can be, how they may go a little bit. Yeah, I agree, Stranded. Yeah, that's not biblical at all. I agree. All right. Yeah, be lurking. That's what I mean about pandering, Stranded. And Stranded, I totally agree with you. And they made a vigil somewhere in Italy of Mary and Josephine, and that's not biblical, as far as I know. Right. I remember, like, over across from me, there's an old picture of Jesus from a church from a long time ago that my great grandparents had. And also, there's a house across from me where the neighbors used to live. But after Katrina, she and her son moved to the North Shore up there. And then what happened was she her house was abandoned, and eventually it was going to be torn down. And my neighbor down the street, we got the permission to go in there, and she was like going to be. She actually passed away after the house was torn down, and I got this crucifix that was from her, and it's very cool looking, very nice art. Okay, Sarah. Okay. Yeah. And also, like, because I'm related to different immigrants from both sides of my family in Europe and America that were Protestant and Catholic, and then they like, I'm mixed together between the two different ones. Yeah, stranded. It sounds cringe. Well, that's cool. That's cool. Well, thank you, Bumblebot. I'm glad that yeah we're having a. I was on the Bluetooth. Yeah, facts. Oh, okay. Hey, Bumblebot, because they're talking about cruises, and like if we all like went to a cruise, because then I was like talking about Scotland because some other group of people want me to bring me to Scotland because I'm related to Scotland. I have some ancestors from there, and then like they were saying about this cruise and stuff, and then We went to Scotland on a cruise. We went to London, then we go up to Scotland in some hypothetical situation. And then I'm like, I pull out the history book and I brought all this information out about the about Macbeth and about Hamlet, those like medieval those Shakespeare writings, and about the castles, and also then I talk about Robin Hood because Robin Hood has to do with England, where my uncle is and my family is, and that's something else that has to do with the other thing. And then it's like, so we just kind of traveled like from all over the planet, from like the boats and stuff and the ships. I was going to talk about sharks, but we just talked about history stuff for tonight, and that's fine. I'll finish the great white sharks on the next one. And also, but yeah, that's basically what happened. You know, this is very eclectic. Yes, Stranded, and I'm glad that you appreciate the architecture and the cathedrals. I know. I wish we did too, Stranded. I was baptized in a church that got demolished after the hurricane because the floodwaters went up really high into it. And I was baptized by a priest. Why, if I can recall, I have to ask Mary Toodles for sure because I get it mixed up. But I believe he was from the Netherlands. He was from Europe, and he baptized me when I was a baby because I was baptized as an infant. And you know, in this like old church, and that's not there anymore. I got my first communion when I was at this other church that's there that it's about to be shut down. And also, then when I became Protestant, I didn't get the confirmation part. But still, as I got older, as I said, I never got rid of the Catholic traditions, but I brought back a lot of my Catholic traditions that I had before, which I had them back because I had other YouTubers help me understand it for my own self, and about the early church, and that's how people did things from all that time period, and from, you know, since the time like after Jesus. But people could practice. They don't have to practice that. That's what they want. You know, people do what they want. But at the same time, I'm a hybrid. I have a lot of Protestant traditions and Catholic ones mixed together. But so yes, I do all that stuff, and I enjoy my time. As I said, I attend both. I like both of them. Both churches, and I enjoy my time at both of them. I go to both. And remember the Christmas masses are nice, and the Easter ones are nice too. Like, I'll say y'all something interesting, and I'll get to y'all's comments in a moment because I know I'm kind of ranting. But so what happened was when Jesus is what's it called the time between his resurrection, like on Good Friday, on Holy Saturday, what they'll do is they'll burn all the palms from Palm Sunday, and the church will be in the evening, and it'll go to nighttime, and sometimes the moon appears, the Passover moon appears inside the church, and it's real like gothic looking, with all the candles, and there's like no lights on. And it's really cool, because I like dark stuff. But as I said, the Protestant church is very good with being Bible-based, and there's things I was learning from the Protestant stuff I never heard of in the Catholic Church, like the Valley of the Dry Bones. Controversial pastor people don't like. Some people don't like Joel Osteen talks. I would see him on TV. He would talk about the Valley of the Dry Bones and these different things I never heard of. So I think that both churches have some interesting things to offer. Yes, and Amanda says, Bumble, that sounds good. I have Cajun turkey. I just need... Oh, Cajun turkey's delicious. Need to buy more bread at the store. I need a Bluetooth speaker. My last one was garbage. Broke right away from Groupon. Short attention spans, stranded. Right. And also, basically, and then that's basically, you know, my thing about the different, you know, stuff. Yeah, Bumble. Yeah, it's important to tell the chat what you have because they want to buy it. They could get it. I don't care if you could mention what brand you have specifically. It's fine. It's fun. And also, I'll say the King James version of the Bible, the translation, the Old English, is really good because it's like our modern English can't decipher certain things the Bible's trying to say. Like, say a Satan says, "You will surely not die," but in the Old English and King James version, it says, "Ye will surely not die." So he was talking. Ye is can be plural, so he was talking about Adam and Eve, both of them. But in our thing, it says "you," which is singular. But and there's a Catholic version of the King James Bible. So there's like the Catholic Bible with the extra books they took out of the original Bible, and they made it like the King James version in the Old English. So, and then the book of the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible has all the books that they took out. Like I've talked about aliens and like the Nephilim and stuff. There's a lot of things like in the other Bibles that they took out books. Like the Catholic Bible has the books that the Protestant Bible took out, and the Orthodox Ethiopian Bible has the books everybody took out, like the book of Enoch and these different things. So, yeah, I've gone down the rabbit hole of Christian theology, and as I said, they're all good. They're all good. They're all legitimate. And people could practice their own traditions. It's fine. Or they could mix them up like I do. Like the Church of England is a hybrid between the Catholic Church and the Protestant Church. It's Protestant yet Catholic. So, as I said, but it said the Trinity is important. That's the key. Right, right. Yeah, in Bumblebot, I talk about those books on here, and I go through them and stuff like that. So you've come to the right place, and you can make your own judgment about them. What you think about them? Yeah. So yeah. So also, like for instance, now I believe like when we pass away, we go and be with there's heaven and hell. But like there is a passage in Maccabees where it talks about praying for the people that passed away, and it's funny. It's not in the Protestant Bible though, because they took that book out. So they'll say like the purgatory isn't in the Bible, but they just took that part of the Bible out to make it more convenient. But as I said, I believe maybe before Jesus was there, it was like that. But after Jesus came, if you believe in him, you either go to heaven, you believe in him. If you don't, you go to the other place. Right. But as I said, that it's interesting to see what the other books have to say, even if someone doesn't believe in them. And yeah, Enoch, he knew the fallen angels, and he talks about the giants and stuff like that. And because what happened was the aliens. Like I think the aliens are probably like fallen angels, or some of the aliens we see are fallen angels at least. And then they came and they're called the Watchers, and a lot of that is touched on in Numbers, and also the Book of Enoch goes into great detail about that. Right. And it's very interesting to study these different things. Oh yeah, Sarah. I was seeing somewhere because when I took a picture of a star of a planet and the stars, it looks similar to the wheels and within wheels. That's what it looked like. And I was watching because I'm gonna get myself a telescope so I could see the sky at night. And I'll be glad to at some point when I do my outside streams to show you all, like to put the phone on the telescope and show you all the stars close up. And they look like Stranded was saying how when she saw Sirius, she saw this pulsating thing in the sky around this time at night, and she saw Sirius, and it was pulsating like one of those aliens, those UFOs. So, and as I said, so someone was saying how the Book of Enoch was saying that those are fallen angels that are like held, that are being held there, and some other people say that they are angels themselves. But it's interesting. I know that's not scientific, but it's interesting to fathom that. But yeah, so in the Book of Enoch talks about those things being angelic. They might be fallen angels like that are like in prison there, or they are angels themselves. Because I'm seeing two different points about that. Amanda, that is not in the... It was taken out of the Bible. But the original King James Version of the Bible had all the books in it. But they took out the books at some point. Yeah, telescope streams is awesome. Yeah. Stranded, I agree with you. Amen. Amen, Stranded. As I said, the Protestants are not incorrect, and the Catholics are not incorrect. All right? Or the Orthodox aren't incorrect. All right? So just... And they shouldn't fight each other. Now, as I said, there's other things that may not be correct, but that one... All right. The Book of Enoch is not in the Bible. It's in the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible. But the Catholic Bible... Okay, because the reason why they took it out the Bible is because they thought it didn't make any sense to them in the Book of Enoch what was said in there, and they didn't think that it made sense with Christianity. So they didn't deny the Book of Enoch, but they weren't too sure about it. But they determined that the Book of Enoch should be read and people should know about it, but they weren't really too sure about its canonical position. But as time has gone on, seeing the aliens and seeing like the Nephilim and stuff in our modern age, it seems like the Book of Enoch was very accurate about what it was depicting. Even the Transformers type beings, it was depicting things like that. The first part of the Book of Enoch describes the fall of the Watchers, like the gray aliens, perhaps, or especially the false gods that people used to worship in different religions, like Zeus and Thor, and Nibiru and those other gods. So the Watchers, the angels who fathered the angel-human hybrids called the Nephilim, like so for instance, like tall people or taller people could have a little tiny little bit of that in them from those from that group of people, but God had the flood happen and he wiped them out. So basically what happened was when he wiped them out, some of them survived in the mountains, like in British literature, in Beowulf. They talk about Grendel, the giant that was terrorizing people. That was one of the Nephilims that survived. But there's people, as I said, of a little taller people, they're a little tiny bit related to it. Like, my buddy told me I'm 1% Nephilim because I'm kind of tall. And Amanda's one too. Exactly, Sarah. Right. So they fathered human-angel hybrids called the Nephilim. The remainder of the book describes Enoch revelations and his visits to heaven in the form of travels, visions, and dreams. And there's dispute about Enoch and about, when it was written, this and that. That's other stuff. And you all could do your own research if you would like on this hot topic as well. And I could research anything you want right now. An unbiased opinion about anything. And so basically, in the book of Enoch, it describes, because Enoch, he's an ancestor of Noah. And in Enoch, it's described like he's like a Noah was his descendant, but Enoch was around these. It was the pre-flood. So like Bumblebot, Enoch was around before the flood happened. So they saw you know how they talk in Lord of the Rings about those creatures, those orcs and those elves and stuff like that. Like those things, it's theorized existed before the flood happened, and God wiped those creatures out because they were hybrids that were created from the fallen angels and humans. And some of them are still lurking around, especially some of the sea creatures. The sea creatures, for instance, those things are from that. And some animals, were they experiments from aliens? Like, were they like alien beings that did experiments on them? Were they, they were doing, spicy things with these creatures? Were they doing spicy things with them, or both? So I know it sounds like a good science fiction novel, all right, but I can prove, I'd give a strong argument for how this is real, and us Christians, we know it's real. Maybe some of you have not have heard of these things specifically, but I could prove, a good argument for what I'm saying. And any skeptics. And I will say, if this was a movie, it would be a great movie. Real life is an interesting movie in itself. The brazen hydras, copper serpents, are mythical creatures mentioned in the apocryphal second book of Enoch from the 1st century CE, often seen as angelic species. In the narrative, chalk hydrali dwell near the sun and ran its course around the earth. Its big heat dwell on the earth. Oh yeah, Bumblebot. Like a Griffith, like it's like a lion with a bird and it flies around, that kind of stuff. Joe Rogan, on Joe Rogan's podcast, he talked about that. He talked about how those aliens are angels, and that's what, so he was even talking about what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, Leviathan. And Moby Dick, they talk about Leviathan. Leviathan is a sea serpent noted in the theology and mythology. It is referenced in several books in Hebrew Bible, including Psalms, Book of Job, Book of Isaiah. It's some sort of a cryptid thing. It's a giant serpent, and he's a meme. Leviathan's like a meme. Like, it's used as an example for giant sea creatures. In Genesis, which states, the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went into daughters of humans, who bore children from them. Yeah, Tucker did too. All right. Amanda, when I went through that situation when the relationship I was talking about didn't work out, I was like, I would see that was a good time period actually. I was watching the Joe Rogan show, the Fear Factor. Mary Toodles would have it on, and I would watch it, and I liked that one too. I liked that one a lot. That was awesome. Okay, from what we can identify, five principal fringe books later omitted from the canon is. Okay, those are just books that are removed from the Old Testament in general. Teachings of the 12 apostles, shepherds of Hermas, the uh, this word was always difficult. Apocalypse of Peter, the Apocalypse of Peter. Y'all that know these words probably are laughing. That's okay. Oh yeah, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, fear's not a factor for you. There are 7 books in the canonical Catholic Bible: Barash, Judith 1 and 2, Maccabees, Sirach, Tobit, and Wisdom are not included in the Protestant version of the Old Testament. These books are referred to as Deuteronomical. No, I got that wrong. Deuterocanical books of the Bible. And my friend who helped me, like, he was telling about Protestantism, the one that I talked about aliens with. But as I said, he wasn't against everything in the Catholic Church either. And he gave me a Catholic Bible as a gift that he had when he went to Catholic school. And I still have it. But I also have the King James Version too. I have both Bibles. But the King James Version of the Bible is good studying because you could really get that Old English. So that's very important too. Both Bibles are good. And the Catholic Bible has some more books that the Protestant church doesn't. The Protestant book doesn't have. But as I said, they're both good books, and I have both of them. Both are canonical. Amanda says, I could never do any of those stunts, especially eating the gross stuff. Great show, though. I wonder why they stopped it. I'll look that up. There's a reason. Okay? By the time the series was in its 6th season, the ratings were in steep decline as a result of content concerns and growing loss of viewers' interests. Coupled with the series facing through competition with other TV shows in the same time slot, as a result, the series was only averaging a 2.6 in ratings. Hilarious, Bumblebot. Nathan and Matthew from Medina Lake took the money from the episode they won and started their band, the Twins episode. Well, thank you, Amanda, for pointing that out. Yeah, so that's basically why Fear Factor was canceled. But that was a good show. I enjoyed that show. It was really nice. Well, Amanda, that's good that they're good at their show, and that's really cool. That's a really cool story about them. I kind of wonder that too, Amanda, but that's not the case. Yeah, but he was a good host on there. Reading about sharks, the whale carcasses comprise an important part of the diet of the white sharks. This has rarely been observed due to whales dying in remote areas. On the next stream, we'll talk more about sharks. Yeah, as I said, these people got guts to do that. Oh, I remember there was an episode where he was at a casino, and he had this cool shirt. It was a button. It was a button shirt. It was like black with flames on it, and that shirt was so cool. It ended in 2006. Okay, Stranded. Have a good night. It's gonna be ending soon anyway, but yeah, a good night, Stranded. Thank you for coming. Right, Amanda. Right. Another thing about the show, like Mary Toodles was wondering that in this time period, would they even be doing stuff like this now? Like, would they allow this on TV? And from 2011 to 2012, it started up again, then it ended. Right. Right. I'll show a picture of a star I took, and see if I could zoom in and show you how, like, it has a wheel within a wheel. All right. Oh, okay. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I don't know if y'all can't really see it, but so I have to like take a picture of it from my computer and then another time show it to you all. But like this thing right here, it looks like there's a wheel inside a wheel, and that was like pretty interesting. Yeah, facts. Don't be surprised if sometime that thing zooms into you, alien. Sad I couldn't record the one seen back in '93. Oh, I took a video. It's on my channel. I took a video of a UFO that I saw, and this glowing blue thing, and it just was floating. Then it went up in the air erratically. Then it went up even higher and disappeared. Oh yeah, I took it in 2022. I was in my yard. That's back when I had the back porch light off, and before the grandparents put this light on the side of their house. I could still see the stars and stuff, but some things are a little bit limited because of the artificial lighting they put up, because they're not being considerate about what other people are doing outside at night looking at stars. But they said I could always turn the lights off though if I need to, and I could put a hat over the light if I need to turn the light off. So I can turn it off if I have to. Yeah, you're right. They're fallen. The stars and a planet. I know a planet like those things. They are fallen. Yes. Right now, as I said, there's not that many lights, but there are lights now. Amanda, it was taken. The picture you saw was taken exactly. I used to meditate there. I used to meditate there. It was October 11, 2022, at 12:25 a.m. And the other picture I'm about to show y'all was taken October 11, 2022, at 12:25 a.m. This is another one I took. I used to meditate there at night with the moon on me. And I would sit there and look at things, and like I would have a fantasy imaginations about the pirates in different eras and stuff like that, because it looks so like timeless. You could make a movie of these different scenes. Yeah, so that's the time I was there. Thank you, Sarah. And Yes, I am. Yeah, because that's what the Enoch was saying. That there's those stars and things that we're seeing. They're fallen. They could be fallen angels. And some things I saw said they are good angels. Other things say they're the fallen. But either way, they're there. Let's see. Yeah, thanks. It looks green because there's greenery. Yeah, but that's really fun. I enjoyed that. Like the soldiers that were in war and stuff. That's what it would look like. It was always very fascinating to me. And my uncle thinks that I don't have any good life experiences or whatever. I don't know what he's talking about. He told me one time. It kind of confuses me. Oh, this is a picture of a pumpkin plant. This is a pumpkin plant with fall scenery. Yeah, now he does know about my channel. I don't know if he's seen it recently, but yeah, he certainly has seen the channel before, and he likes it. He told me, and I need to keep pursuing it. Yeah, pumpkin pie. When you're in a situation when you grow a plant like that, you got to put some like netting over it so the bugs don't eat the pumpkin because it kind of becomes redundant if you have the pumpkin get eaten by something. Exactly, Amanda. And he was telling me that like I would see they would see women would see pictures of my mom and I and not like that, but y'all women are different, I guess. But he was tempered, he was angry, but I made peace with him though, and I still talk to him. But yeah, that just didn't make no sense. Like he did say I should meet my friends online and meet up with them, and I do agree with him with that. But as I said, I had a great time just being online with y'all. This was great. I mean, this is a great experience. Just being here with my family. Because I remember my grandpa wanted me to stay, and I wanted to stay too, and I'd help them out with things and stuff until they went to the other world. Amen, Sarah. Amen. And Sarah says, Alien, today heard how when God chooses someone, they are set apart and usually family do not recognize it and talked of David's apart by God. Yeah, thank you. And also Jesus himself, his some of his family members didn't like him and what he was doing. So yeah, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, family up, Pokes, Amanda, and Bumblebot. Yeah. Yeah, facts. I love Spaceship Gang. Exactly, I love my family. Right. Because he was telling me that I need to get drunk and have fun and chase women, but like, call me lazy, but I'm just doing that like on the YouTubes, as you all can clearly see. Like, I don't think there's any men here. And like Matt was saying, there's a lot of ladies here. I'm very blessed though, and I enjoy myself, everything like that. And I think chat. I say this at Law and Crime when there's like when there's a lot of evil, creepy stuff we hear about the people do. I say group hug, and everybody in the chat has a group hug. And also, I tell you all now, group hug for everybody. Yeah, Amanda, right on. Yeah, a group hug. Yeah, Matt's hilarious. I'm glad that he's at the channel. You know, funny dude. He's a great mod. He helps out. I like chilling with him. Yeah, he's awesome. Yeah, facts, facts. This is a sunflower from 2020, and it's red. That's the red sunflower. Yeah, facts, Sarah. Absolutely. Eclectic vibes. That's a cool name. Eclectic vibes. Y'all are hilarious. Most awesome chats on the internet. Oh, they are red because it's a genetic thing. In a variety pack of sunflowers, it just depends about which breed you get in your sunflower group. This is a picture of a cloud and one of the planets, stars. Yeah, it's genetic. Yes, Amanda, that was my sunflower you saw. Yeah. Yeah, and I was at one night. This is what I did in the beginning of the channel. in the beginning of the channel around 2022, like, well, I started doing the channel again back in, not 2019, but really started kicking off in the 20s. And then, like, I would record myself outside on my phone, and that's like the scenery I would see, and I would take picture. But that's what I do. I would record outside, and then I got a camera and did it inside, and it sounds, different now. It sounds like, more less static in the background and stuff. But I used to record it outside at night. Thank you, Sarah. This is a cloud that's like shaped like a heart. Thank you, Bumblebot. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. And I would see that. I've seen many vines that were in a perfectly heart formation on trees and stuff in the yard. These are some stars I saw. I took some pictures of. Oh, they are red. Oh, they are red as much as they need to be red. It just depends if you have a sunflower seed that's a red sunflower. It just depends. Like, if you get a bunch of red sunflower seeds, they always will be red. It depends on which type of seed you get. I get a variety pack, so I have a mixture of different genetic seeds. Like the yellow ones, the tall ones, the small ones, the different colored ones. I have the seeds. It just depends. So if you planted a bunch of red seeds, you would have a bunch of red ones. It just depends. And the new sunflowers, those new sunflowers, that's so cool. The seeds are white. They look like the ones in the grocery store. I'm making a video about it. I want to show y'all a spider. I don't know if y'all think of spiders, so just bear with me a moment. It won't be long. This is a giant spider I came across. Yeah, that's a really big one that I saw. The seeds are white. Yeah, the seeds are white. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, spider alert. Thanks, Amanda. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. I agree. Oh, here we go. About to change the spider picture. These are some flowers that come from Mexico, and they come over where I am, and they come from my area to this area from Mexico, and very beautiful. Okay, so a big spider bite is not as bad as a little spider bite. A smaller spider bite is more lethal, likely to be lethal than the other one. But yeah, it's best you stay away from them. Well, thank you. Oh, this is a really cool picture. I like. I kept from a long time ago, and I'll get it. Where is it? I saw it a second ago. Yeah. This has to do with the pirate stuff. All right. For some reason, it's not doing what I want it to do, but we're gonna just move on. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Bumblebot. Okay, let's try this. Oh, okay, this works. This is some mint I grew in 2021. Oh, thank you, chat. This is this is a Union Jack that I made. This is a Union Jack that I drew by hand with a Sharpie on a piece of wood that I have. Yes, yes, the mint. Mojito. I think that one is apple mint. The one that you saw. So the type of like now, if I'm wrong, I'm not too familiar with that beverage, Bumblebot, but the mint that you saw, I'm just letting you know the mint. It's still the apple mint, but if the mint doesn't matter and you're referring to a drink, that's pretty cool. I would try it. Yeah, because I know about the drink. Yes, that's a drawing I did, Amanda. Absolutely. I've never had one either, Amanda, so I wouldn't know. It looks very good though. Yes, mint is an insect repellent. My buddy told me that a couple years ago. Like a natural way to repel insects. All right, this is a pepper plant that I grew a long time ago. It looks pretty good. Yes, it works, Amanda. Yes, they are spicy. Yes, they're green, then they turn red. They're green and they turn red. Okay, Bumblebot, thank you. This is not a butterfly, but it's a butterfly type creature that was on the some of the flower plants. Those peppers you just previously saw were Thailand peppers. So they were imported to Thailand hundreds of years ago for like spices and stuff. I grow Asian peppers. But yeah, it's the same thing as that Bumblebot. Yeah, so that's basically the situation. You know, with this butterfly creature on the plant. Let's see. Yes, Amanda, it was in my yard. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I have a video of it I took. And yeah, that was the dude chilling. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I was looking for something. Yeah, so basically, I have a really gigantic sunflower I could show y'all another time. Yeah, but basically, yeah, that's some of the stuff, pictures I took of different things. And I'm glad that y'all enjoyed the pictures. Yeah, I like taking pictures. That's the stuff that I would do. I would just like go and take, pictures of different things and, stuff like that. No, that was not a monarch. It's not even a butterfly. It's another it's a type of butterfly thing, but it's not exactly a butterfly. I could tell y'all what it is. But I'll let y'all will know about what it is, but it's like basically I plan on making a short about it and y'all can learn about what it is. But it's not a butterfly. But it's like it's similar to like a moth type thing. It's something like a moth, but it's not quite a moth, but it's something like one. Okay, Sarah. Oh, and guess what? And I would have my solar. I have this little solar thing, and I plug it into a fan that I have next to me, and I would be outside with all my gardening stuff, and I would have the solar thing with the fan. I'm like, wow, this is I'm being green at the moment. It was pretty cool. Not that I'm saying to abolish like what the other people want to do, but it's that was interesting. I had my solar panel with a fan, and I was with all these trees and stuff. Yeah, facts. They're huge. Amanda, on Amazon, you could get yourself a solar fan. Like you could get a little fan, like I have next to me right here, and you can buy them from Amazon. It's like a solar fan. So if the power goes out, I could just go outside and put a fan on and be cool. Oh yeah, you do. And also I have a solar power battery pack. For situations like if the power were going to go out or something, I could have my little. I got my phone and set in the sun and charge all my stuff. Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Oh, right, right, exactly, Amanda. Right. I'll show you all what I'm talking about. Yeah, see, these are solar powered fans. Facts, Bumblebot. Facts. Like, this is one that I have. Just to make sure I'm a human being. I can't be like an alien or something like that. I have something like this, but like smaller, next to me right here. And yeah, that's like a solar fan for a doghouse. Or this one, I don't have this one yet, but yeah, yeah, this one. Us chilling. Yeah, so that's what you have, the solar fans. Yeah. So that's just like an example of like, you could buy that stuff. This is something that I have right here. This like charges your phone, or it also could run a solar chart. Like you could plug these solar battery packs. You can plug in a solar fan with a USB cable inside this thing, and just put it sit in the sun and have a fan on you. You could also plug your phone in too, and it'll be getting energy from the sun. And also, they usually have compasses on it. Yeah, just in case. My friends in the neighborhood, we used to walk around everywhere on foot around the area a lot. And I like the idea of having these kind of things because it's good to have stuff like this. And this is like a power station. It's pretty cool with ports. The ratings just have 4 ratings though. So I don't know. I've not tried this yet, so y'all do your own research on that one. But yeah. Okay, Amanda. Good job. Portable solar generator. That's pretty good. All right. Let's look that up. Best emergency radio overall, Midland ER 310. Best budget emergency radio, running snail emergency hand crank radio. Let's look at solar emergency radios. Hand crank and solar, 3-gear flashlight. So this is a solar. This is a radio, like a weather radio, like emergency radio. That has to do with like a weather radio, and it's solar and it's hand cranked. It's disaster prevention alert. The reason why they don't do that because they're not aliens like me that would, that they use solar all the time on the spaceship. Just joking. It's just that they're older from another time period and they don't understand the concept of using a solar radio and they're not like nerdy like I am. So there you go. Because like with a computer, when they're building the computer, it's like Steve Jobs and them. They put different parts of different things that already existed together to make something new, and that's my thought. I'm like, okay, let's take a solar panel and see if they have something where you could, okay, put a fan and a solar panel together. You see, and you make something new. So yeah, because it's like the sun. It's all the energy you need. All right. Okay. I'm glad this is helpful for y'all. Also, it's good to have canned food. If y'all need some, emergency food and water, canned food and water. And also, I know about purifying water. So, and I want to go back and refresh my memory completely about it, but I do remember it. So, but I could tell you all, basically, you take different sediment layers, like sand and rocks and some charcoal, and you put it and you cut open a bottle and you put make a funnel and you put in a certain order, put the rocks and the charcoal and the sand there, and you put dirty water over it, and then it filters all the stuff out, and then you have water there, and then you go boil it, and then you should have clean water to drink. If you have to drink water out of some, mosquito infested puddle of disgustingness, like from a pond or something. So that's like what you would do to purify water. All right, yeah. So anyway, okay, Amanda, this is what you do. The way you screenshot with a phone is you press the on and off button and the home button at the same time, and that's what causes a screenshot. So it said like the side where you turn it on and off and the home button both at the same time. That's what the screenshot is. This is a survival kit, which would be good to have. I'm glad I found this. Yeah, this is a survival kit. You know, first aid, making a shelter, and the other tools you would need. Okay, well, I'll look it up right now. It's a cool phone. All right, here we go. Okay, Sarah, nice seeing you. See you next time. All right, peace out, Sarah. Okay, so we got this how to take a snapshot. Okay, so listen closely, Amanda. Okay, take a screenshot. Press the side key at the same time. Press the lower part of the volume key to take a screenshot on the phone that you have, Amanda. Okay? I'll repeat myself. Press the side key at the same time. Press the lower part of the volume key to take a screenshot. Okay, so tell me how that works. Did it work, Amanda? Okay, Bumblebot. Thank you for explaining that. All right, so Amanda, press the. Okay, so there is the side key and the lower part of the volume button. It happens to me when I take snapshots. Sometimes it turns the screen off, but you gotta press the side key and the lower volume key both right at the same time. And maybe at some point you could practice it. That should work. Okay. Something else you could try, if you don't want to use the power button, press the volume down and the home button at the same time. All right. Very interesting phones. Nice phone, Nice phone, Bumblebot. Try something else. Try the the down button on the volume, the lower end of the volume button, and the home button at the same time. Yeah, so in snapshots it may take practice, but that's a combination. If you don't, because that way you don't have to press the power button. Right. So the lower end of the volume button, like the down part of the volume button and the home button, both at the same time. Yeah, it's quick. You just do it like you go and you press both at the same time really quickly and let go. That's what you do. All right, so we haven't. I'm not sure what's going on. So, but yes, that window is still there if it's needed. Okay. Okay, so this is another thing you could try, Amanda. So when you're taking a snapshot, you just press it very quickly and then release. And another thing you could try whenever you want is like the lower part of the volume button and the home button at the same time. That way you don't have to have the phone off. And it's a quick tap. Yeah. Let's see. Go over here. Like for instance, like say like this, and then I press both at the same time. For I press both at the same time very quickly, and it makes a snapshot. Okay, good job, Amanda. Good job. You're welcome, Amanda. You're welcome. Shout out to the pirate right there in the background. Yeah, well, Amanda, glad that able to help you out with that. Yeah. All right. So I have completed the stream for this tonight, and also what I did was I next week we're going to talk about the sharks, more about the great white sharks, and also about Saturn's hexagram, along with other things, whatever comes up. Yeah, maybe some things about aliens, stuff like that. So this has been a great stream. It's been pretty long. This one's been pretty long. Okay, Amanda, I'll see you then at the trial. We've been live for 5 hours. That's awesome. When does it start? It's Eastern time over there, so it's different from your time period. Yeah, it'd be a little bit early, and I'm not even there right when it starts. But it just I don't know if I quite recall. See, I'm going to Amanda. This is what I want to do, Amanda. I'm going to go back and I'm going to go find out what time it starts on Monday and email you. Okay? And I'll let you know. Alright, so nighty night, everybody. Great stream. Well, thank you, Bumblebot and Amanda. Y'all have an amazing weekend. Thank you all for tuning in for this late night special. And peace. Glad you enjoyed it. The shirt goes well with the headphones.